Chapter 1477 10 Killing Formations. Inside the Black Tower, underneath the reincarnation tree, Ling Han and Empress Luan Xing sat down on the ground, and worked earnestly on their comprehension. One was determined to rush up to Eternal River Tier in the shortest time possible, while the other wanted to fully grasp the Yin-Yang 5-element formation, and inscribe it on his bones so that he would become a human-killing formation. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Under the reincarnation tree, the two people that seemed to have turned into stone suddenly moved, and opened their eyes practically at the same time. Exchanging a look, both revealed a smile. I can attempt to break through to Eternal River Tier. I have fully understood the formation. Both of them were filled with confidence. Their battle prowess would soon be greatly boosted. They exited the Black Tower. A year had passed, and naturally no one was still watching for them outside the library. They boldly walked out and returned to their own courtyard. When the senior students heard the news and appeared, the couple had entered into their rooms and naturally they could only hop around in fury. Ling Han opened his cauldron and began refining alchemical pills. Breaking through to Eternal River Tier was not something to be done casually. It required the accumulation of a frightening amount of origin power, or it would be one's own life force that would be exhausted. There were many people who had not accumulated enough, and their own life force was not strong enough either. Ultimately, their life force was completely exhausted, and they ended up dying from exhaustion. Thus this could not be rushed. The best alchemical pill for breaking through to the Eternal River Tier was the Great Amplification Pill. It could not increase one's comprehension, but could supply endless amounts of origin power, and allow cultivators to be spared from the fate of being sucked dry by their soaring cultivation level. Ordinarily about 100 pills was enough. However, for the sake of his wife, Ling Han was naturally not going to be satisfied with a mere 100. He refined over 1,000 in one go, and only then did he stop in discontent. Though this was one of the higher grade pills among level 12 divine pills, the time needed to refine it was extremely short. He could refine a cauldron's worth in a single day. With Ling Han's abilities he could refine about 20 pills in a single batch. Thus, the matter was completely settled in 50 days. Even if she didn't use all of them, that was fine. Wouldn't he also have to break through? And there was the Rain Emperor, the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, and the others. There were plenty of people that would need them. He handed the alchemical pills over to Empress Luan Xing, and the Empress took the lead in going into seclusion for the breakthrough. Ling Han called Zhou Yao over and asked him about what had happened in this year's time. Taking the new students down a notch was a tradition of the Star San Martial Arts Academy, and was not merely limited to the 8th campus. It was a rule that was present in every campus. Ling Han was not the only one who had attempted to resist. The Rain Emperor had resisted, Gu Daoyi had resisted, Ding Ping had resisted, and the Notionless Saint had resisted, but it was useless. No matter how much of a prodigy you were, you would still be limited by your cultivation level. How would a heavenly body tier be any match for an Eternal River Tier? Even those at the peak of the pinnacle level of the heavenly body tier were only equivalent to being at the low extreme of the Eternal River Tier, and would obviously only be suppressed. Such proud people like the Rain Emperor and Gu Daoyi had battled to the last moment. But they were not as fortunate as Ling Han and Empress Luan Xing, wherein a big shot had stepped out to block the fires for their sake. Even if Gu Daoyi possessed a saint tool, it had only led to the mobilization of a senior student in the medium extreme of the Eternal River Tier to suppress him. Most people had obediently crawled through the dog hole, and troublemakers were all knocked unconscious and forcibly shoved through. In short, none were spared. Apparently, Gu Daoyi had fallen ill from his infuriation after the matter, and had only recovered after lying in bed for a good few months. After Ling Han heard this, he couldn't help but grin. He could understand. Gu Daoyi was the first Severance Grand Elder from the Celestial Realm, and now he was forced to crawl into a dog hole by a few Eternal River Tiers. The shadow in his heart had to be indescribably huge. Yet the fact that the Rain Emperor, the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, and the others had suffered this humiliation as well caused Ling Han's eyes to grow cold. He was determined to seek an accounting for this debt. But this required strength. Without strength, everything was mere words. Ling Han taught some cultivation technique to Zhou Yao, and told him to send it over to the Rain Emperor and the others. It was definitely of a higher grade than what could be obtained in the Star San Martial Arts Academy. Meanwhile, he himself immediately went into seclusion. He was going to begin inscribing formation patterns in his body, and inscribe the Yin-Yang 5-element formation. In the year of comprehension previously spent under the reincarnation tree, he had already grasped this formation technique. And now it was the time to turn his understanding into reality. However, it was extremely difficult to inscribe on one's godly bones. One would have to use their divine sense like a blade and make the inscriptions bit by bit. At any other time, Ling Han would definitely be unable to do so. Because his success came from his physique and so did his failure. His godly bones were as high a grade as level 13 and above, and were close to level 14. Even he himself could not do anything to them, so how was he supposed to inscribe the formation patterns? Thankfully he now had the 9 heavens flame. This was not only an immortal flame, but was also one of the 9 great ancestral flames, and now, it had become his essence divine flames, and could be commanded by his will. Inscribing on his godly bones had thus become possible. Ling Han inscribed one formation pattern after another. His speed could not be considered fast but was not slow either. There were only a total of 3,600 formation patterns for the Yin-Yang 5-element formation, and he would be able to inscribe around 20 in 2 hours. Thus, in a mere half-month's time, he had completely inscribed the entire formation on his skeleton. Wasn't it said that everyone could only inscribe a single set of formation patterns inside his body? Ling Han was slightly surprised. That was because after he had inscribed a whole set of formation patterns, he had actually used up just 1/10 of his bones. I understand. This is because I used the immortal flame as my blade, so the formation patterns that I inscribed are extremely detailed and even, so the bones occupied would be less. Going by that understanding, wouldn't I then be able to inscribe a few great formations inside my body at the same time? If I activate them at the same time, the might. Then I will inscribe 10 Yin-Yang 5-element formations. Ling Han persisted in his efforts, and inscribed another 9 formations on his godly bones. He had used up a total of 5 months' time to finish the project. Ling Han came out of seclusion while Empress Luanxing was still in seclusion. Breaking through to the Eternal River tier was not something to be accomplished in 1 or 2 days. However, one should not let go of the big prize while grabbing at trifles. I should still concentrate on martial arts. If I could break through to the Eternal River tier, I would be able to inscribe level 15 formations, and would be a match for the high extreme of the Eternal River tier. And if I could inscribe 10 formations, then it would not be difficult to kill even a cultivator at the peak of the high extreme of Eternal River tier. Haha, this would be my trump card. Who would have thought? The Tranquil Heart Saint would only host a seminar every 3 years, and counting the days, it should be these few days. I can go and listen. In future, if I want to inscribe saint-level formation patterns inside my body, I need a very deep understanding of the path of formations. Additionally, I would have to teach Jiuyao and Ding Ping too, or I would be too irresponsible as their master. Ling Han walked out of his courtyard and headed to where the Tranquil Heart Saint would speak about Tao. The venue was a public square, and all disciples were free to listen. However, it was definitely only close disciples that could listen to the information that truly involved saint-level knowledge. The moment he stepped out, he could see a person sneakily poke his head in. When he realized that Ling Han's eyes had swept over him, he hurriedly shrunk his head back and broke out in a run. Obviously he had set out to inform the others. Ling Han did not stop him. What would come would come. In any case, he had already disclosed the fact that he had a spatial god tool, and he could use it without any reservations. After all, saints would be able to create spatial god tools, so it was not something that others would sacrifice everything to snatch it from him. Ling Han. He had not arrived at the public square when someone stood in his way. This was an elite in the medium extreme of the Eternal River tier. There was no need for the high extreme or the consummate level. The medium extreme was more than enough. If that was still incapable to suppress a mere heavenly body tier, what justice was left in this world? Ling Han showed a smile. The medium extreme? Very good, this was just the chance for him to test out the might of the Yin-Yang 5-element formation. The killing formation shows its Migh. The one standing in his way was a tall man with broad shoulders. He looked to be about in his 30s and had been in the academy for an unknown number of years. It would probably be a very astonishing number of years, or he couldn't have possibly attained the medium extreme of the Eternal River tier. Advancing into the Eternal River tier itself needed a very, very long time, what more when he had advanced to the medium extreme? A dog blocking the way? Ling Han asked, smiling calmly. Wang, whom are you insulting? The large black dog appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and had extremely good hearing. He popped out in an instant. Brat, you dare look down on Grandpa Dog hiss. His dog's eyes widened in a glare directed at Ling Han. All the black fur on his body was standing on ends, and one of his tails was even standing upright like a javelin out of his steel undergarment. "What medicine have you ingested, brat? Why are you giving Grandpa Dog a very scary feeling?" the large black dog exclaimed in surprise. Ling Han was involuntarily shocked. This damn dog's senses were really sharp. Could it be that he had discovered the 10 killing formations inscribed in his body? He should not know the reason for it but still could sense this kind of oppressive pressure. As expected of a dog that had been brought from the celestial realm. However, he was still a damn dog. "Are you two finished?" The man standing in the way was angered. "Are the two of you playing around with me with your banter?" Ling Han couldn't help but smile and asked, "You called me, so what business do you have to do with me?" "You are asking a question that you already know the answer to." The man smirked coldly. "I am Zhao Liang and have entered the academy 18 million years ago. I am your senior brother. Now that you have met me, should you not respectfully address me as senior brother?" Ling Han waved a hand. "Since you already said that I asked the question while knowing the answer, then I will ask you as well. If someone wants to slap your face, will you still politely address him as senior brother?" The large black dog immediately interrupted and quipped, Right, wouldn't that be being wretched?" Zhao Liang's expression involuntarily darkened even further. At first, he had wanted to put on airs as a senior brother, and make Ling Han feel sullen first, yet he had not thought that Ling Han would actually be such a hoodlum that he would not give face to even him. A troublemaker was still a troublemaker after all. No wonder he had dared to challenge the tradition of the academy. Unfortunately, his strength was too weak. "Since you are still so stubborn, then as your senior brother, I can only choose to teach you what respect is." He made his move without any reservations. He stretched out a palm and wung, a silver river unfolded and heavenly bodies floated in the air. Though he was an elite of formations, the gap in their cultivation levels was too large. Merely with his own power he would be able to completely suppress Ling Han, so what need was there for him to use the power of formations? Using a sledgehammer on a nut? This junior brother would not be worth him doing that. It was a simple palm, yet covered the ground and shadowed the skies. This was the strength of the eternal river tier. A casual strike would be able to drive the great power of the heaven and earth. Heavenly body tiers were completely no match for that. Ling Han naturally dared not be careless either. With a thought, the 10 killing formations activated at the same time. Suddenly, the bones in his body lit up one by one, but because his physique was too powerful, his skin, flesh and blood had forcibly concealed this kind of radiance, and at a glance, he was still incredibly ordinary. Yet the large black dog's fur stood on ends once more. He leaped 9 meters high into the air and hurriedly ran in retreat. He had sensed that there seemed to be a frightening monster hidden inside Ling Han's body, and could easily kill even him. The reason why he was cunning was because he was highly skilled in the art of running for his life. Otherwise, if he would be turned into a dead dog at any random move, how could he possibly dare to be so arrogant? Ling Han casually waved his hand, and the lightning sword technique appeared, slicing towards Zhao Liang. "Overestimating your own abilities." Zhao Liang humphed coldly. A heavenly body tier actually dared face him head-on. No matter how freakishly talented he was fated to lose. This brat thought that he could consider everyone else beneath him just because he had defeated a few in the low extreme of the Eternal River tier? What a joke! Zhao Liang was in the medium extreme of the Eternal River tier. Suppress. His right hand shook, and his fingers turned into a prison of heaven and earth, descending onto Ling Han. The fingers descended. They were obviously only 5 fingers, yet seemed like mountain peaks. Break. Ling Han stated indifferently. Sword chi struck. Boom, the mountain of 5 fingers were easily severed into pieces. Zhao Liang's mouth involuntarily gaped. This was too inconceivable. That was his attack, the attack of the medium extreme of the Eternal River tier. How could it possibly be so easily and calmly broken? If you really had that kind of abilities, why would you have been so strained in the deadly battle with the 13 elites in the low extreme of the Eternal River tier? That day he too had witnessed the battle, and he could claim to be fully aware of the depth of Ling Han's abilities. If Ling Han's abilities could undergo such a massive transformation in a mere year's time, he definitely would not believe that. That had to be a lie. For those who had reached this kind of height like them, the time needed to improve their abilities by just a bit would have to be 10,000 years, and that was the minimum. What more when this wasn't just a bit but rather 10,000 times. "I've underestimated you." Though Zhao Liang was surprised, he did not lose his head. He had not used his full power in that last strike at all. At this moment, the bones inside his body glowed one after another. A killing formation was activated, and suddenly, the light of the 5 elements and the chi of yin-yang appeared on the surface of his body. The formation he had inscribed was actually the yin-yang 5-element formation as well. "Get lost!" he shouted loudly and activated the formation's might to the fullest, not daring to underestimate Ling Han in the slightest bit any longer. This rookie was really too unique. Ling Han smiled calmly. "You only have a single yin-yang 5-element formation, and as for me, 10. In a clash of 10 against 1, would I still be unable to beat a piece of trash like you?" With a gesture of his finger, the lightning sword technique unfolded to the fullest, and underneath the rolling heavens might was the massive explosion of 10 yin-yang 5-element formations. Boom. Zhao Yang greeted the attack with his own formation, an expression of disdain on his face. He was sure that all the bones in Ling Han's body would be completely shattered under the crushing suppression of this attack. Of course he would be careful and not kill Ling Han, nor would he damage his life force. This was the great taboo of the academy. However, his expression immediately became one of utter shock. That was because his attack fell apart with a single strike from Ling Han. How is this possible? The attack that should have been unable to resist a single blow should have been Ling Han's. Why was the tables turned around on him? Boom, wearing an expression of unfathomable disbelief, so much that he looked like he was doubting life itself, Zhao Yang was sent flying. He sputtered out a mouthful of blood that sprayed out into the skies, and seemed like a rainbow under the radiant sunlight. He landed heavily on the ground and caused the dirt to fly up in a wave. A deathly silence fell over the surroundings. Ling Han was a celebrity now. Though he was a troublemaker that broke the rules in the eyes of the seniors, that did not stop him from becoming famous not only because of his nature-defying performance on the first day, but also because he had an exquisitely beautiful wife that would make anyone drool. When Zhao Yang appeared, those that planned to watch the excitement had naturally appeared as well to watch the battle, but who would have imagined that this would be the result? This was unrealistic. This was illogical. They must have seen a ghost. Everyone could not help but rub their eyes and then look again, but the one lying on the ground was still Zhao Yang. He had really defied nature this time round. Everyone knew that the peak of the pinnacle level of the heavenly body tier was equivalent to the strength of the low extreme of the eternal river tier, and strength did not represent battle prowess. Hence, some freaks were capable of matching even those at the middle stage, late stage, and even peak stage of the low extreme of the eternal river tier. That was still something that everyone could accept. But this time it was an elite in the medium extreme and furthermore was not one in the early stage of the medium extreme either but rather in the late stage. What the heck? Everyone could feel their hair stand on ends as if their heads would be exploding at any second. Chapter 1479 Victory Again. At the last moment, Ling Han still withdrew some of the formation's might. Otherwise this attack would not simply cause injury, but would crush Zhao Yang into dust. Combining these 10 killing formations as one did not simply increase their might by 10 times, but boosted their might 100-fold. Zhao Yang groaned. He felt that all the bones in his body had been broken, and he could not get to his feet at all. Ling Han walked over and looked down on him. Then he squatted down beside Zhao Yang's head and said, "Senior brother Jia, you have not said it yet. Why have you called me over? Sai, you are already quite old, so why are you still so hot-tempered and quick to anger? Can't we talk things out politely?" Zhao Yang spat out a mouthful of blood and coughed endlessly as he pointed at Ling Han. If one could kill with a glare, Ling Han would definitely have been ripped into pieces. He was furious. Previously, Ling Han did not call him senior brother at all, and now, though he did, was that respecting him? This was absolutely a slap in his face. It was common knowledge that leaving a line in everything would allow for better relations in future. Going so far, were you planning to become the public enemy of the whole academy? In future, don't just casually talk about violence and murder, be good. Ling Han patted Zhao Yang's face and then stood up. He still had to go and listen to the Tranquil Heart Saint seminar. The large black dog quickly ran behind him, but after taking a few steps, he couldn't help but turn back around and come back. He raised one of his back legs beside Zhao Yang's head, and a spray of liquid suddenly spewed out. As the saying went, a leopard could not change its spots. This involuntary action of leaving a mark when he met a target was also a habit that was embedded in his blood. Only then did the large black dog chase after Ling Han in satisfaction, but then he realized that he was a great elite. What elite would be prancing around on all four legs? Immediately he stood on his back paws and walked like he was a human. Zhao Yang was too pitiful. He spat out a successive 13 mouthfuls of blood, his legs stretched out and he passed out. Actually, Ling Han had seen the dog's action, but did not stop him. Firstly, this was none of his business. Secondly, he had not trifled with anyone, and it was Zhao Yang himself who had approached to ask for a beating. He had merely sought his own humiliation. "Little Black, you are really despicable," Ling Han said sincerely. "The old ginseng and the rabbit were only rookies in front of this large black dog. This is how I am. If you dare say another word about me being despicable, Grandpa Dog will get angry with you." The large black dog swept an eye over Ling Han's neck. "Little Han, will you truly not consider becoming my mount? I can teach you supreme cultivation techniques." "Get lost." Ling Han shot out a foot in a kick, but the large black dog was incredibly intelligent. With a leap, he had long since dodged the attempted blow. The man and dog left boldly and openly. At first it was a complete silence, but then a world-shaking uproar exploded. "My heavens, senior brother Jia lost. And furthermore, it's a terrible defeat. How could this be possible? Senior brother Jia is in the late stage of the medium extreme of the Eternal River tier, and furthermore has inscribed the Yin-Yang 5-element formation in his body. How could he possibly be no match for a heavenly body tier? Even if I saw it with my own eyes, I do not dare believe it at all. Could it be that the senior brothers in the high extreme would have to move out?" Everyone looked at each other and suddenly had a feeling that even if those in the high extreme came, it was not certain that they would be able to suppress him. They went off in all directions, hurriedly bringing this astonishing news to even more people. Ling Han had really rocketed into the skies. Even one in the medium extreme of the Eternal River tier could not suppress him. Ling Han and the large black dog had arrived at the public square in the center of the academy. There was a stage as tall as 9 meters in the middle of the public square. There was no one on the stage, but the area around it was already fully occupied. The Tranquil Heart Saint had not arrived yet, and the seminar had not begun. Ling Han breathed a sigh of relief. He had thankfully not missed it. "Little Black, you seem to be doing quite well around here?" he asked the large black dog. This despicable dog had not been taken in by any saint, but he had seen him make trouble in the academy quite a few times, and no one had actually stepped out to discipline him. Shio, with a flash, he had dodged a sudden bite from the large black dog. The large black dog humphed and declared, "Call me Grandpa Black." "Grandpa Black, got it?" Ling Han merely chuckled and pretended he had not heard him. "I am the auspicious sign of heaven and earth, and am loved by all who see me," the large black dog boasted shamelessly. Ling Han really wanted to deliver a kick right at him. He called himself loved by all who saw him? If he was really tossed out, those who wanted to kill him could form a long queue that could wind a good few times around Wood Figure Planet. In only a while, a sudden commotion began among the gathered masses. They whispered furiously to one another, all looking stunned or wearing expressions of disbelief. With Ling Han's ears, he naturally could hear everything clearly. They were all discussing what had happened just now, how he had seriously wounded Zhao Yang with a single blow. "That's got to be fake. How could that be possible?" "That's right, senior brother Jia is in the late stage of the medium extreme of the Eternal River tier, and furthermore he has grasped the Yin-Yang 5-element formation. To defeat him, one would have to be at the peak of the medium extreme at least. What more to defeat him with a single strike? Only one in the early stage of the high extreme would be able to do that. Don't tell me that a heavenly body tier could possess the battle prowess of the high extreme of the Eternal River tier. I wouldn't believe that even if it killed me. It is absolutely impossible. Even if he had a saint tool, it would still be impossible. Limited by cultivation level, heavenly body tiers definitely could not possibly force too much might out from a saint tool." Everyone was shaking their head. At first they were stunned, but what quickly followed was doubt. Not a single person believed it. Even those that had witnessed the scene with their own eyes were doubting what they had seen, what more when they were just finding out from hearsay. Ling Han is over there," someone exclaimed suddenly, pointing at Ling Han. Ling Han had not hidden himself and was just openly standing right there, so he was naturally eye-grabbing. Everyone's eyes were attracted by this pointing gesture. What did the fact that Ling Han had appeared mean? It meant that Zhao Yang had definitely failed to snipe him. Gasp. Could it be that the rumor was true? Ling Han had really defeated Zhao Yang. Shio, a figure directly flew into the skies above Ling Han. There was a galaxy winding around behind him, exuding an endless aura. This was an elite in the medium extreme of the Eternal River tier, and was also one of the strongest few in the public square. For those big shots like Ren Feiyun and elites of the high extreme of Eternal River tier, they represented the strongest battle prowess of the 8th campus, so they had naturally received favorable treatment from the Tranquil Heart Saint. Usually they would be called over and be taught Formation Dao of a higher level. In this kind of general seminar, those big shots and supreme elites would not be coming. That was because they would not benefit much even if they did. They had already grasped this knowledge millions of years ago. I do not believe that you are able to defeat Zhao Yang. Take a blow from me. The man did not say another word and immediately made his move. He stretched out a finger, which formed into a golden spear that swung with suppressive force down on Ling Han. He seemed like he was intending to pierce Ling Han right through. Ling Han was irritated. He clenched a fist and brazenly greeted the incoming blow with his own attack. Puh. The 10 killing formations showed their weight. An endless murderous aura surged out, capable of piercing a hole in the sky itself. It was as if that man was made out of paper. He was sent flying by the force, blood spewing madly from his mouth. Wherever his blood landed, there was a commotion. This was the blood of the Eternal River tier. A single drop was heavier than even a mountain, and more so brought with it his boundless life essence, so its destructive ability was incredibly frightening. Boom, the man collapsed on the ground foaming from his mouth, his limbs twitching slightly. An uproar erupted. Chapter 1480 Summoned by a Sain. Just then they had still been saying that Ling Han couldn't possibly have defeated Zhao Yang. They had said that this was merely a rumor. However, what now? Ling Han had defeated another disciple who was just as powerful as Zhao Yang right before their very eyes. He had defeated them head-on, and he hadn't used any underhanded techniques either. He had achieved a crushing victory with a single strike. Everyone was transfixed with shock. Wang. The sound of the great Tao suddenly traveled over from heaven and earth. At the same time, a golden lotus started to descend from the sky. This was an indescribably blissful scene. This signified the arrival of a saint. Looking up, they could see that the Tranquil Heart Saint had suddenly appeared atop the golden lotus. No one knew how he had arrived, yet it was as if he were always meant to be there. The saint swept his gaze over the cultivators. However, he suddenly paused when he saw Ling Han. A look of astonishment spread across his face. He hadn't used an air of primal chaos to mask his face, and thus everyone could see his expression of astonishment. Saints would be unblinking even if the heavens were to collapse before them. With a casual wave of their hand, they would be able to stabilize and support the sky. Thus, how could they be astonished? What had he detected from Ling Han? It was extraordinary enough to astonish even a saint. However, this also seemed to make sense. After all, who had ever witnessed a heavenly body tier cultivator defeating an Eternal River tier elite before? This was an elite at the medium extreme of the Eternal River tier, no less. The Tranquil Heart Saint observed Ling Han for a moment longer before retracting his gaze and saying, "We'll discuss the basic transformations of formations today. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all matter." The Tranquil Heart Saint started to teach his disciples, explaining profound principles in simple and easily understandable language. As a saint, his understanding of formations was naturally in-depth and profound. Thus, he was able to clearly explain and analyze all kinds of details easy to miss. The disciples before him continued to nod in realization and understanding. These were things that they would often neglect. However, pondering it carefully, they realized that their grasp of these areas wasn't as solid as they had imagined. There was still much room for improvement. Ling Han also continued to reinforce his knowledge. With this knowledge, he was preparing to tackle saint-level formations. Things that were related to saints were all profound and extraordinary. One would need to accumulate boundless knowledge before they could comprehend saint-level matters. If one wanted to master saint-level formations, they would need to fully comprehend all of the foundations of the Tao of formations. Merely copying the construction of the formations wouldn't be enough. Thus, Ling Han was captivated by the teachings of the saint. Anyhow, he possessed a reincarnation tree, so compared to others, he would have 400 times the amount of time to digest and comprehend this information. The teachings of the saint lasted for half a month. After finishing his teachings, the Tranquil Heart Saint suddenly said, "Ling Han, come to the Tranquil Heart Pavilion." The Tranquil Heart Pavilion was where the Tranquil Heart Saint normally resided. This pavilion was located inside the 8th campus, and it was most certainly a holy land of the academy. Only a rare few people could enter this pavilion. Usually, only the 4 big shots would have the right to enter and seek guidance from the saint. However, how long had Ling Han been in the academy for? Yet, he was already being summoned by a saint. Ling Han nodded in understanding. After the Tranquil Heart Saint left, he started to make his way to the Tranquil Heart Pavilion. This time no one dared to block him. First of all, even an elite at the medium extreme of the Eternal River tier hadn't been able to block him. Thus, if an elite at the high extreme or consummate level didn't step forward, who would dare to block him? Second of all, he had been summoned by a saint. Who dared to make a saint wait? It's that large black dog. Fuck. The despicable dog has appeared again. Beat it to death. However, the attention of the disciples was instantly drawn away by the large black dog. Everyone stared at the large black dog. Just then they had been completely focused on the teachings of the saint. As a result, they only discovered the large black dog now. Several thousand disciples instantly charged forward, all of them wearing menacing expressions. It was as if they wanted to swallow the large black dog whole. What kind of deplorable sin had the large black dog committed? He had actually attracted the fury of so many people? Ling Han expressed sympathy in his mind. However, he didn't stop to help. It wasn't long before he arrived before the Tranquil Heart Pavilion. In fact, this was just a small courtyard that had a small pavilion within it. There was an air of antiquity about this place. There was a young boy standing before the gate of the courtyard, and upon seeing Ling Han, he immediately said, "It's senior brother Ling Han, am I right? The saint said that you can enter by yourself." Ling Han glanced at the young boy. He was at the Eternal River tier. Moreover, he was far older than his outward appearance would suggest. There were wrinkles on his head, and there was more so a feeling of age and death emanating from his body. This was most likely an old man who had already lived for hundreds of millions of years and followed the Tranquil Heart Saint the entire time. However, the lifespan of a small saint was a whopping 1 billion years. Thus, even though this old man belonged to the same generation as the Tranquil Heart Saint, he was already in old age, while the Tranquil Heart Saint was still young and full of vigor. Cultivation was a cruel matter. If one couldn't continue to advance, they would eventually be eroded by age and pass away. Ling Han sighed in emotion as he entered the courtyard. From the outside, the courtyard appeared to be very quaint. However, upon entering, he discovered that there was a whole different world inside. A vast sea appeared before him, and there were countless azure lotuses blossoming in this sea. Each lotus was tens of thousands of meters tall. Before this sea, even ginormous demonic beast would feel minuscule and insignificant. In fact, if one observed this sea from the outside, they would realize that this was simply an ordinary pond that was filled with ordinary lotuses. Transforming a pond into a sea and transforming the lotuses into gigantic azure peaks, this was the action of a saint. Meanwhile, the Tranquil Heart Saint was sitting on a lotus far away in the distance, a fishing rod in his hands. He was clearly hundreds of thousands of kilometers from Ling Han, yet Ling Han could still somehow see him clearly. This wasn't because his vision was incredible, but rather because the Tranquil Heart Saint was like the ruler of this heaven and earth. Ling Han activated the star-plucking step and hurried toward the saint. His speed was extraordinary, yet after advancing for a while, he discovered that the distance between him and the Tranquil Heart Saint hadn't decreased at all. In fact, the distance between them had become even greater. He was clearly dashing forward, and the Tranquil Heart Saint clearly hadn't moved. So, why had the distance between them become even greater? Ling Han stopped where he was. He observed his surroundings carefully, and a look of realization eventually appeared on his face. This was a formation. The sea of azure lotuses was in fact a formation. This was a peculiar formation that was constructed from the petals and stems of the lotuses. Ling Han started to observe and resolve the formation. The Tranquil Heart Saint smiled upon seeing this. To discover that he was trapped inside a formation so quickly wasn't an easy feat among all of his disciples. Ling Han could rank inside the top 10. However, discovering and resolving the formation were two completely different matters. In any case, this wasn't a difficult formation, and he wanted to see how long Ling Han would need to resolve it. Yu Susu had spent 6 days, Ren Feiyun had spent 9.5 days, and Kai Miao had spent 10.5 days. The Tranquil Heart Saint was aware that Ling Han possessed extraordinary talent in cultivation. Thus, in the beginning he hadn't expected for Ling Han to be outstanding in the area of formations. However, while teaching on the public square, He had glanced at Ling Han and been astonished to discover that there were actually 10 formations inscribed inside his body. As someone who cherished talented disciples, he decided to summon Ling Han to his courtyard. He would put some effort into raising Ling Han as long as he could resolve the formation within 20 days. It didn't matter if he wasn't exceptionally talented with formations. He was able to inscribe 10 formations inside his body after all, so wouldn't this be enough to overcome any deficiency in talent? Ling Han analyzed the formation for 3 days before shaking his head. His foundational knowledge of formations was severely lacking, and thus he would most likely need in excess of 20 days to resolve this formation. However, he understood that this was a test from the Tranquil Heart Saint. Moreover, he didn't know what time limit the Tranquil Heart Saint had in mind. Thus, he was starting to become a little worried. He couldn't genuinely spend 20 days, could he? Moreover, that would be the best-case scenario. Since that was the case, he would use the simplest method: brute force. Chapter 1481, Resolving the Formation Using Brute Strength. Cultivation could be boiled down to a single notion: those who were more powerful would achieve victory. What did it matter if one didn't understand martial arts techniques or secret technique? As long as they were powerful enough, they could still shatter heavenly bodies, galaxies, or even an entire universe with a single punch. That being the case, would there still be any unresolvable formations or unbeatable foes in the world? When formation grandmasters resolved formations, they naturally approached it from the perspective of formations. However, Ling Han wasn't a formation grandmaster, and thus he didn't need to be limited by this thinking. He threw a punch at the azure lotus before him. 1. The azure lotus measured several thousand meters in diameter, and Ling Han's punch sent countless ripples through the surface of the petals of the lotus. The force of his punch was evenly distributed over the entire lotus. With this being the case, Ling Han couldn't cause any damage to the azure lotus. The Tranquil Heart Saint couldn't help but shake his head. Would he have used this formation to examine his disciples if it were so easy to resolve? You should follow the rules and use your knowledge of formations to resolve this formation. However, Ling Han wasn't discouraged. The formation patterns inside his body lit up as he activated all 10 of the killing formations. He then unleashed their power through the lightning sword technique as he slashed at the azure lotus before him. Puh! His attack was far more domineering this time. In fact, even the formation patterns of the lotus were unable to fully dissipate the power of his attack. A gash 3 meters long appeared on the lotus. However, just the size of the lotus that was above the sea already measured tens of thousands of meters in height. Its width was more so several thousand meters in diameter. As such, how effective was a gash of a foot deep and 3 meters long? Moreover, the azure lotus also possessed an extremely powerful recovery ability. In any case, wood element beings were naturally strong in recovery. Azure liquid started to seep out from the wound, quickly healing the gash and forming a scab. The Tranquil Heart Saint sighed in emotion upon seeing this. On one hand, he was quite astonished by what he saw. This was because he was unable to inscribe 10 identical level formations inside his body, even a saint who had achieved his Tao through formations. Moreover, the might that was unleashed by the 10 formations inscribed inside Ling Han's body was truly terrifying. Even he couldn't help but nod in admiration. If he could inscribe 10 formations inside his body, he would definitely be invincible among all of the small saints. This young man was genuinely a supreme prodigy. On the other hand, however, he felt that Ling Han was far too naive to use this kind of brute force method to resolve the ancient azure lotus formation. How could he possibly succeed? This doesn't work either? Ling Han pondered for a moment before retrieving the divine demon sword. He then slashed at the azure lotus again. Sorry about this. This was a celestial tool, and although its might hadn't been fully unlocked yet, the murderous aura that it released would still be powerful enough to kill whatever it struck. Shwa! The formation patterns of the azure lotus were instantly slashed apart by the sword. Murderous aura burst into the surroundings, and the entire azure lotus shuddered before withering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The destructive ability of celestial tools was far too terrifying. Although the divine demon sword wasn't a genuine celestial tool yet, this was only the immortal realm after all. Thus, its attacks were still devastating and fatal. It wasn't long before the azure lotus completely withered and died. Along with it, the formation patterns were naturally destroyed as well. Tranquil Heart Saint. A string of curses raced through his mind. Ling Han had used the most unlikely method to resolve his formation. The saint couldn't help but feel astonished. At the same time, however, he also wanted to grumble and curse. Fortunately, there weren't any outsiders with him. Otherwise, if he had discussed this ancient azure lotus formation with them, and told them that it would be impossible to resolve with brute strength, he would definitely have had his face slapped right now. What a freakish young man. Upon seeing Ling Han raise his sword and slash at another azure lotus, the Tranquil Heart Saint hurriedly shouted, "Stop, stop, it's extremely difficult for me to nurture even one azure lotus." He reached over and directly grabbed onto Ling Han. He then retracted his arm and tossed Ling Han onto the petal leaf of the azure lotus that he was sitting on. Ling Han plunked onto the lotus leaf. This was clearly a lotus leaf, yet he still felt a sharp pain shoot through his rear. The saint had definitely done this on purpose. "Didn't I just slash one of your lotuses? Is there any need for this? How petty." His expression also mirrored his thoughts. Upon seeing this, the face of the Tranquil Heart Saint almost twisted in anger. Were these azure lotuses ordinary lotuses? These were lotuses that could be inscribed with level 16 formation patterns. As such, they were already nearing the saint level. In fact, they were only a small step away from becoming saintly medicine. He had spent an exorbitant amount of time and effort to nurture these lotuses. In any case, this formation wasn't simply a formation to examine his disciples with. Rather, it also had another much more important use. That was, he could fuse these countless azure lotuses together and transform them into a mother lotus. By doing so, the lotus would break through to level 16 and become a genuine saintly medicine. At that time, he could harvest the lotus heart and have the hardship alchemy saint refine it for him. This lotus heart might then cause the barrier in his cultivation to loosen. If he were lucky, he might even be able to break through to the medium extreme. However, Ling Han had just slashed and killed one of the lotuses. How could he not feel distressed? Even so, there was nothing much that he could say or do. After all, it was he who had invited Ling Han to resolve the formation. Moreover, he hadn't stated that he couldn't use god tools or other items. Thus, he could only swallow this result. Ling Han was probably the first disciple to make a saint feel so gloomy. Ling Han clasped his hands in respect and said, "Greetings, saint." The Tranquil Heart Saint waved his hand in acknowledgement. He then forcefully suppressed his gloomy emotion and said, "You've inscribed 10 yin-yang 5-element formations inside your body?" "Yes," Ling Han replied with a nod. He knew that he couldn't hide this from the saint. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been summoned by the saint in the first place. "Your bones are truly astonishing," the Tranquil Heart Saint remarked. He couldn't help but praise Ling Han's godly bones. Fortunately, he wasn't aware that the toughness of Ling Han's godly bones would also increase as Ling Han grew stronger. Otherwise, his eyes would become green with envy. He thought the Ling Han's godly bones were only this tough because he had ingested some natural treasure. Ling Han naturally wouldn't explain this to him. He simply nodded, silently accepting the saint's statement. The Tranquil Heart Saint wore a strange expression and said, "You possess astonishing talent in cultivation, and your physique is also quite unique. Although you're not very talented with formations, you were still able to achieve the notion of using your body as a formation to the extreme." Could it be that his most suitable successor was going to be this amateur in formations? "I have high hopes of you," the saint continued. "In half a year, there'll be a competition among all of the newly recruited disciples. If you win this competition, you'll receive saintly origin as a reward." Ling Han's heart thumped in excitement. Saintly origin. This was a precious treasure that was formed when saints used their power of construction to extract the essence of heaven and earth. Saintly origin could elevate one's cultivation, and it could even help with their comprehension. It was indescribably valuable. Even saints would have to pay a huge price if they wanted to refine saintly origin. Thus, they might not even be able to refine a block in several million years. "I must obtain this. I believe this shouldn't be too difficult," Ling Han said with confidence. The Tranquil Heart Saint couldn't help but laugh loudly. However, he immediately shook his head and said, "You're far too confident. Perhaps you still don't know that Gu Daoyi has already advanced to the Eternal River tier. Moreover, his battle prowess is incredible. In fact, he can even battle against elites at the high extreme." "Already?" Ling Han was astonished. However, he immediately recalled that Gu Daoyi had once been a severing mundane tier elite. As such, his cultivation level would naturally rise in a steady manner at least before he reached the severing mundane tier again. There was no way that he would come across any obstructions. Moreover, he also possessed a divine fetus, and thus his growth would naturally be extremely smooth as long as he accumulated enough origin power. Although Ling Han had inscribed 10 killing formations inside his body, the peak of their destructive ability was only on par with the early stage of the high extreme. Thus, it was unclear what the results would be if he were to battle against Gu Daoyi. He had to advance to the Eternal River tier within half a year. Chapter 1482 Breaking Through to the Eternal River tier. Once he advanced to the Eternal River tier, Ling Han was confident that he would be unrivaled among those at the same cultivation level. Moreover, his godly bones would also advance another level and allow him to inscribe level 15 formations. When 10 identical formations were activated together, his battle prowess would definitely soar to the early stage of the consummate level. Of course, this was only if he chose the most powerful level 15 formations. Otherwise, the 10 formations might only raise his battle prowess to the middle stage of the high extreme. However, there was only half a year for him to prepare, and thus he most likely didn't have enough time to grasp a new formation to inscribe onto his godly bones. He would advance to the Eternal River tier first before worrying about this. He was already trailing Gu Daoyi, and he definitely couldn't slip even further behind. Moreover, many king tiers had only suppressed their cultivation and not broken through in order to fight for the opportunity at the Sunken Abyss Valley. Now that they didn't need to hold back anymore, it was easy to imagine that there would be an explosive increase of new Eternal River tier elites. Long Xiangyue, second in the world, and Hong Ma were all examples of this. Ling Han took his leave from the Tranquil Heart Saint's courtyard. He had received acknowledgement from the Tranquil Heart Saint, and thus he could seek him out and ask for guidance if he had any questions about formations. Of course, the saint wouldn't offer guidance every time Ling Han had a question. This would depend on whether the saint had the time and also whether he was in the mood. Ling Han immediately entered the Black Tower after arriving back at his residence. He then started to cultivate in seclusion so that he could strive toward the Eternal River tier. In reality, he had already accumulated enough origin power. The only thing he was missing now was comprehension. He started to earnestly comprehend Tao under the reincarnation tree. Countless realizations surfaced in his mind, the universe playing out a scene of birth and destruction and a scene of chaos to order. Countless heavenly bodies dazzled in his mind, their radiance brilliant and unparalleled. Advancing from the heavenly body tier to the Eternal River tier was a significant step. A heavenly body tier cultivator could only wield at most 5 heavenly bodies. Moreover, this was only if they advanced to the pinnacle level. However, Eternal River tier elites would be in control of limitless possibilities. How many heavenly bodies could a Silver River hold? Innumerable. Thus, after advancing to the Eternal River tier, those at the early stage of the low extreme would possess 4 heavenly bodies. Meanwhile, those at the middle stage would possess at least 10, those at the late stage would possess at least 20, and those at the peak stage would possess at least 40. Only after forming 100 heavenly bodies would one be considered to reach the medium extreme. The high extreme would require 1,000 heavenly bodies, while the consummate level would require 10,000 heavenly bodies. Theoretically speaking, Eternal River tier elites could form countless heavenly bodies. Thus, it was even possible that they could surpass the power of saints. This was because a cultivator would have reached the peak stage of the consummate level after forming 100,000 heavenly bodies. At that time, they would have the right to attempt breaking through to the Genesis tier. However, breaking through to the Genesis tier wasn't reliant on the number of heavenly bodies alone. In addition to this, one would also need to comprehend the power of construction. If one couldn't comprehend this, then it would be useless even if they formed 1 million heavenly bodies. It was because of this that there were the strange occurrences of Eternal River tier elites possessing more power than Genesis tier saints. Of course, these Eternal River tier elites would only be more powerful than low-level saints. This was because the power of saints was still derived from the heavenly bodies inside their Silver River. From the base of 100,000 heavenly bodies, they could surge forward and form 500,000 or even 1 million heavenly bodies. However, power wasn't the most important benchmark when considering the strength of a saint. Rather, it was their grasp of the power of construction. If a saint constructed a world, they would be the ruler of that world. Thus, what use would it be regardless of how powerful their opponent was? They wouldn't be able to wield their strength at all. Thus, starting from the Genesis tier, the power of regulations would be superior to just power alone. This was because saints, to some extent, represented heaven and earth. One might possess extraordinary power, but could they be more powerful than the heavens? In fact, It was regarding the power of regulations where the immortal realm and netherworld started to diverge. The former comprehended the power of construction, while the latter comprehended the power of destruction. These were juxtaposing powers, and they were like black to white and fire to water. Ling Han continued to experience all kinds of comprehensions. The sounds of Tao were reverberating inside his body, and his godly bones clanked as if in reply. After an unknown amount of time, a small river suddenly appeared inside his dantian. However, it wasn't water that was flowing through this river. Rather, it was the light of the galaxy. This was an eternal river. His 5 heavenly bodies were immediately absorbed into this river. They continued to glow in the eternal river, and they more so expanded a whopping 100 times in size. This signified that his reserves for origin power had expanded 100-fold. He was immediately struck by an intense feeling of hunger. This wasn't hunger from his stomach, but rather hunger from his heavenly bodies. They were far too empty and they needed to be fed. Moreover, their food was none other than origin power. Ling Han hurriedly retrieved and ingested a large number of great amplification pills. If they weren't fed enough origin power, these heavenly bodies would start to extract energy from his life force. If his life force were completely consumed, he would be sucked dry and turn into a corpse. With a single mouthful, he ingested over 50 great amplification pills. Only then did his feeling of intense hunger start to subside. After ingesting another dozen or so pills, he finally felt half full. He now needed to face heavenly tribulation. Ling Han exited the Black Tower. In fact, he didn't know how long he had cultivated in seclusion for. If it had been in excess of half a year, then he would have no choice but to accept his bad luck. He strode out of the academy and awaited the arrival of his heavenly tribulation in a barren desert. Boom. Dark clouds formed overhead, arcs of brilliant lightning flashing within them. Come. Ling Han was naturally unafraid. This was only an ordinary heavenly tribulation, and it was far from powerful enough to faze him. He actively shattered his godly bones so that they could be tempered by heavenly tribulation. At the same time, he observed the might of heavenly tribulation so that he could improve his grasp of heaven's might. The heaven's might of this heavenly tribulation was actually weaker than the previous time. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh in emotion. A twofold heavenly tribulation was truly terrifying. He definitely didn't want to experience it again. Half a day passed, and Ling Han circulated a drop of indestructible true fluid. This allowed him to rapidly recover. His godly bones were smooth and crystal-like, and the formation patterns that were inscribed on them also started to reappear. These formation patterns had already become a part of his body. Unless he actively abandoned them, they would reappear with a single thought. I've finally broken through to the eternal river tier. A smile stretched across his face. Hunyo had once said that she would wait several hundred years for him. By the looks of it, she hadn't been exaggerating. He would indeed need to cultivate for several hundred years before he had the right to open the barrier to the celestial realm. He returned to his residence, where Empress Luanxing and Jiuyao were both waiting for him. He exchanged a glance with Empress Luanxing, and a smile instantly appeared on both of their faces. They had both broken through to the eternal river tier. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Mrs. Jiuyao said. Ling Han nodded in acknowledgement and said, your cultivation level hasn't lagged behind either. Not bad. The Star San Martial Arts Academy was extremely difficult to enter. However, after entering it, one would be provided with an astonishing amount of resources. With a saint looking over them, what kind of natural treasures couldn't they obtain? Moreover, there was also the hardship alchemy saint who had achieved his Tao through alchemy, a saint who was obsessed with refining pills. Each of the 9 campuses would receive a fair share of the godly medicines that he provided. Jiuyao was already nearing the late stage of the low extreme of the heavenly body tier. His advance was astounding. Of course, this was also because he was sufficiently talented in cultivation. Otherwise, just alchemical pills alone wouldn't have been enough. What day is it? When is the competition between the new disciples? Ling Han asked. Master, you've exited seclusion at just the right time. There are still around 15 days until the competition begins, and we're preparing to head off in 2 days' time, Jiuyao replied. Ling Han nodded in reply. What a coincidental timing. Elites like them might need to undergo comprehension for several years if they were to come across a slightly challenging barrier. However, his advance this time had been surprisingly quick and smooth. It was because of this that he had been able to complete his advance in just half a year's time. If he had come across any barriers, he would have needed several more years to break through. Many people are unhappy with the previous ranking, and they're all fired up to prove themselves in this upcoming competition between new disciples, Empress Luanxing said. Ling Han nodded upon hearing this. Fighting spirit burned in his eyes and he said, "This time I'm going to defeat Gu Daoyi fair and square." Chapter 1483 Blossoming of an Old Tree. 2 days passed, and Ling Han along with the other new disciples all set off for the ancient academy under the lead of an Eternal River tier elite. This was only a competition among new disciples, so they naturally wouldn't be led by a saint. After all, would a saint have so much spare time? The so-called Ancient Academy was, in fact, the genuine Star San Martial Arts Academy. This was an academy that was personally created by the Star San Saint, and it was also here where he had taught his first cohort of disciples. Afterward, his disciples had gradually founded the 9 large branch campuses. As such, the Ancient Academy had become a holy land that would only open for grand ceremonies. An example of such an event was the competition between the new disciples. This was an extremely significant event, and thus it was to be held in the Ancient Academy. In any case, this could also inspire the disciples to greater aspirations and competitiveness. After all, who didn't want to perform well and be able to meet the Star San Saint? It was evident that most of them were destined to become stepping stones. Casting one's gaze over the 8th campus, only Ling Han and Empress Luanxing had broken through to the Eternal River tier. This also signified that the others already had no chance. After all, was everyone as powerful as Ling Han and Empress Luanxing? Could they all achieve victory as the underdog? Of course, there were also some who were filled with ambition. They possessed Eternal River tier god tools or perhaps even pseudo-saint tools. With such a pseudo-saint tool in hand, they still had a sliver of chance to achieve victory and become the king of the new disciples. This competition didn't have any rule forbidding the use of god tools or any other tools that exceeded one's own cultivation level. After all, in the outside world, would there be any rule forbidding their opponents from using god tools that exceeded their cultivation level? Because they had set off early, the Eternal River tier elites of the 8th campus hadn't had a chance to prevent Ling Han from leaving, even though they had learned of him coming out of seclusion. They were extremely disappointed, and they had no choice but to await his return. Anyhow, the competition between the new disciples would only run for a dozen days or so. Taking into account the time needed to travel to and from the Ancient Academy, Ling Han would return to the 8th campus in around a month or so. The 9 campuses were all built around the Ancient Academy, and they were like a ring of stars guarding a radiant moon. Moreover, the distance between each campus and the Ancient Academy was also very similar, around 10 days of travel by foot. They were led by Wei Zhen, a teacher of the 8th campus. He was an elite at the peak stage of the consummate level of the Eternal River tier, and thus he would be invincible as long as he didn't come across a Genesis tier saint. Hence, he was naturally unafraid of being attacked by any vicious demonic beasts along the way. 10 days passed, and the 100 new disciples of the 8th campus arrived at the Ancient Academy. From the outside, the Ancient Academy appeared even smaller than the 8th campus. In reality, it was indeed smaller than the 8th campus. At that time, the Star San Saint hadn't taken many disciples, only taking a dozen or so each time. Thus, there was naturally no need for the Ancient Academy to be very large. However, the Ancient Academy definitely couldn't be regarded as small. It was still at least as large as a city. Its main gates were wide open and there were no soldiers standing guard. This was the holy land of the Star San Martial Arts Academy after all, so who would dare to wantonly enter and cause trouble? The Ancient Academy wasn't deserted, as a few disciples would receive special permission to come here on a pilgrimage each year. The Star San Saint would also show himself occasionally, casually providing some guidance to these lucky disciples. However, just how transcendent were great saints? The words that they uttered were like the sounds of Tao. Thus, even with some casual guidance, the disciples would still see huge and explosive improvements in their cultivation. It was because of this that everyone yearned to come to the Ancient Academy. However, there were far too few spots, and they would only be able to stay for a year or perhaps even shorter. Moreover, there was no guarantee that they would definitely meet the Star San Saint. Ling Han and the others entered the Ancient Academy. There was naturally someone to greet them and organize their stay. After settling in, the new disciples naturally started to wander about. If they were incredibly fortunate and managed to come across the Star San Saint, it was entirely possible that they would attain enlightenment and see a huge improvement in their cultivation, thereby allowing them to stand out from their fellow disciples. Meanwhile, Ling Han started to look for the Rain Emperor and the others. However, most of the campuses hadn't arrived yet, and thus he was only able to find the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden and Ding Ping. The two of them had naturally walked out of the trauma caused by their initiation at the hands of the senior disciples already. However, they still couldn't help but feel extremely indignant when discussing this matter. Will exact revenge in the future, Ling Han said to the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden in consolation. As for Ding Ping, Ling Han naturally ignored him. After all, since when would a master console their disciple? If Ding Ping weren't resilient enough, would he still have the right to be his disciple? Ding Ping was naturally left speechless. Right now, they had all transitioned to practicing the cultivation technique that Ling Han had given them. This cultivation technique could take them all the way to the peak stage of the Genesis tier. However, after reaching the Genesis tier, this cultivation technique could only act as a guide. The main stimulus for their advance would still be their own comprehension. However, the advantage of high-level cultivation techniques was still extremely evident, especially for cultivators under the Genesis tier. Only a year had passed, yet the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden and Ding Ping had both seen huge improvements. After all, the Martial Arts Academy also provided them with a generous amount of resources. In fact, it could be said that it was an extravagant amount of resources. Ling Han and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden were extremely delighted to see each other again, and thus Ding Ping and Jiao were naturally shooed aside by them. The two of them acted all lovey-dovey as they expressed their love for each other. Of course, it was inevitable that they would also make love with each other. Only after satisfying their desires did they hold hands and start to stroll around the ancient academy. Go, go, go. The shouts of a child traveled over as two people appeared before them. One of them was a young man, and he was currently crawling along the ground on all fours. Meanwhile, a little boy of around 4 or 5 years old was riding on his back and shouting in excitement. Ling Han was astonished. The young man was at the Heavenly Body tier, while the little boy was only at the Shattering Void tier. It was most likely because the little boy's bloodline was powerful that he possessed such a cultivation level at such a young age. In fact, he had probably been born with this cultivation level. In any case, this little boy was far too spoiled. The Heavenly Body tier elite was willing to get down on all fours and pretend to be a horse, so the little boy was most certainly his own child. This was their own family matter, so Ling Han naturally wouldn't poke his nose in. He held onto the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden's hand and was just about to walk away. However, the little boy suddenly pointed over and shouted, "I want to ride that big sister." If this weren't a little boy, Ling Han would have definitely slapped them silly already. However, this was a child's babble, so he naturally wouldn't pay much heed. He pretended that he hadn't heard. "You're not allowed to leave," the little boy shouted willfully. He forcefully dug his heel into the horse's ribs, urging it to dash forward and block the path of Ling Han and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. Ling Han frowned upon seeing this. It was normal for children to be playful and mischievous. However, this little boy was taking things too far. Was his father not going to stop him? However, the young man who was playing horse suddenly crawled up and lifted the little boy into his arms. He then dashed before Ling Han and said, "You heard young Master Yun's request, didn't you? Now hurry up and do as he said." Huh. This young man isn't that little boy's father? Young Master Yun? Even a Heavenly Body tier cultivator is referring to him as young master, so this little boy definitely possesses a powerful background, right? Ling Han's expression darkened and he said, "It's your right to act like a horse or cow and lick the boots of others. However, if you continue to annoy me, don't blame me for becoming angry." "I want to ride a horse. I want to ride a horse," the little boy wailed. He was as willful as could be. Yes, young master, just wait for a little moment longer." The young man comforted the little boy before turning back around to face Ling Han and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. There was a haughty look on his face. This was an expression of indescribable superiority. "Do you know who young Master Yun is?" Ling Han shook his head and replied, "I genuinely don't know." However, he knew that this little boy definitely possessed an astonishing background. Otherwise, how could a Heavenly Body tier cultivator be willing to bend his back and play horse? "Young Master Yun." The young man purposefully paused to add to the suspense before finally saying, "Young Master Yun is the son and only child of the Star Sand Saint." Puh. Ling Han instantly choked and spluttered upon hearing this. He then broke into a fit of coughing. He was genuinely shocked. He wasn't shocked by the little boy's identity, but rather by the fact that his father was the Star Sand Saint. After all, just how old was the Star Sand Saint? Yet, he had actually become parent to such a young child. The Star Sand Saint was truly old but still vigorous. This was the blossoming of an old tree. The old man had not only married a young woman, but he had even had a child with her. Chapter 1484 Scolding. How old was the Star Sand Saint? Theoretically speaking, a great saint could live for 3 billion years. However, saints would have to overcome an immortal's calamity every 100 million years. If they couldn't overcome this, they would have a portion of their lifespan severed. In fact, it was even possible that they might be directly killed. Even in the celestial realm where one would possess an unlimited lifespan after reaching the severing mundane tier, one would still be riddled with stubborn illnesses if they were unable to overcome their immortal's calamity. Eventually, these elites would pass away. Thus, it wasn't certain that the Star Sand Saint could live for a full 3 billion years. Even if he could, he was already nearing that age anyway. It was widely rumored that the Star Sand Saint was already approaching the end of his life. It was also because of this that he was urgently trying to find a successor to his inheritance. Although he had raised 9 saints, none of them were capable of truly inheriting his Dao. The reason for this was simple. To say nothing of becoming a great saint, none of the 9 saints had even advanced to become a medium saint. However, this old man who already had half his body inside a coffin had actually become the parent of a little boy of only 4 or 5 years old. This was astonishing. Ling Han was fully aware of how difficult it was for powerful cultivators to conceive a child. He had made love with both Shui Yinyu and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden many times, yet he couldn't get them pregnant no matter what. This was because the more powerful a cultivator became, the more condensed their essence would become. As a result, it would be extremely difficult for them to have children. This was a backlash from heaven and earth. The more one absorbed from heaven and earth, the more powerful the backlash from heaven and earth would be. Not to mention a great saint like the Star Sand Saint, it was already extremely difficult for even ordinary saints to have children. Moreover, the Star Sand Saint was already nearing the end of his lifespan. How impressive! Ling Han was slightly stunned. This old bull was truly impressive. Not only was he still working hard, but his hard work had even produced a fruit. One could genuinely treat him as a role model. Upon seeing the dazed expression on Ling Han's face, the young man thought that he had frightened him. He sneered and said, "Now that you're aware of young Master Yun's identity, hurry up and kneel down to greet him." This young man was Li, and he was a disciple of the 7th campus. He had been extremely fortunate, and he had won the opportunity to come to the ancient academy on a pilgrimage. In a stroke of coincidence, he had run across this little boy. After learning of his identity, he had tried everything in his abilities to grow closer to him. He eventually succeeded, and he was now the little boy's playmate. As long as he rode on this little boy's coattails, he would naturally have some opportunity to eventually meet the Star Sand Saint. At that time he would soar into the sky. Ling Han shook his head and said, "I've come here to cultivate, not to become someone's slave. Children might be ignorant, but are you also this ignorant? If you dare to spew any more nonsense, I'm not afraid to beat you up." "You dare?" Li shouted. What an absolute joke. Young Master Yun was present, and even the 9 saints would have to respectfully refer to him as little brother, if they were here. So, would an ordinary disciple like Ling Han dare to cause any trouble? "I want to ride a horse. I want to ride a horse." Meanwhile, the little boy continued to cause a ruckus. As he yelled, he also continued to kick Li's stomach. Of course, this naturally couldn't hurt a heavenly body tier cultivator. However, Li had to carefully control his origin power such that he wouldn't accidentally counterattack on instinct after being attacked by the little boy. Otherwise, the little boy would be insta-killed by him. If that were to happen, things would truly become chaotic. Ling Han shook his head upon seeing this. With such a pathetic mindset, did this young man have any right to become an elite? Since he had been able to enter the Star Sand Martial Arts Academy, this young man was definitely a king tier. However, it was a shame that being a king tier in the past didn't guarantee that one would remain a king tier forever. It was evident that he had already fallen. He wanted to take a shortcut, yet he didn't realize that he had already lost what was most important to a cultivator: dignity and belief. "Let's go." Ling Han wrapped his arm around the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden's waist as he turned around to leave. He had no time for this nonsense. "You're trying to escape?" Emoli was enraged and he instantly charged over and launched a punch at Ling Han's back. Only when his fist was about to strike Ling Han's back did he shout, "Eat my fist." Ling Han humphed as he reached backward in a clawing motion. He had acted later, yet his strike had arrived first. His hand wrapped around Emoli's neck. Before an Eternal River tier elite, especially a freakish rank 3 king tier like Ling Han, what threat could a heavenly body tier cultivator pose? Upon entering the academy, Ling Han had already been powerful enough to rival elites at the low extreme of the Eternal River tier. Thus, if he were challenged by a heavenly body tier cultivator, just how freakishly powerful would that heavenly body tier cultivator have to be? You're asking for a beating. Ling Han's right hand started to shudder as bursts of origin power coursed through it. At the same time, creaking and cracking sounds started to travel out from Emoli's body. This was the sound of his bones colliding against each other. Emoli didn't possess a powerful physique, so Ling Han's brutal attack caused at least half of his bones to break. He screamed in agony as his face instantly became twisted with pain. However, he was quite stubborn and he didn't beg Ling Han to stop. Instead he shouted, "You dared to wound me? You actually dared to wound me? Even a god can't save you now. I'll say that you tried to ambush and attack young Master Yun. You're dead meat." There was a menacing glint in his eyes as he stared at Ling Han. In this academy, no disciple dared to kill a fellow disciple. This was because they would have to pay with their own life. Thus, the power was now in Emoli's hands. He had only become wounded because he was trying to protect young Master Yun. Meanwhile, Ling Han had actually tried to assassinate young Master Yun. His fate could only be death. Ling Han couldn't help but chuckle. He slapped the young man's face before saying, "Who would have thought that you actually had some brains? However, it's a shame that you haven't put your mind to the right task. Otherwise, you would have broken through to the Eternal River tier long ago." Emoli was slightly astonished. Why wasn't Ling Han afraid? This wasn't right. In his mind, this was a deadly situation. Unless Ling Han begged him to change his mind, it was inevitable that he would be severely punished. Logically speaking, Ling Han should have been shuddering in fright. He should have immediately lowered his head to beg for his life. So, how was he still so calm and composed? Perhaps he possessed a terrifying background that could rival the Star Sand Saint. Impossible. If that were the case, why would he even come here? Ling Han smiled as he pointed in the direction of the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. He then said, "Look over there." Emoli looked over and he was instantly stunned by what he saw. Young Master Yun was happily playing with that woman. Moreover, that woman hadn't kneeled down to act like a horse or cow either. Instead, she was simply carrying the little boy in her arms, a doting look on her face. Something like this is possible? Emoli wanted to vomit blood. The plan that he had viewed as flawless was easily shattered just like that. Moreover, the person who had ruined his plan was none other than young Master Yun, the little boy whom he had obsequiously played with for several months. This was a painful realization. Be an upright and dignified person. Since you were able to enter the academy, you were definitely a king tier in the past. Why choose this kind of stray path? Ling Han roared. His voice was like the thought-provoking evening drums and morning bell. Emoli fell deep into thought. How ambitious had he been in the past? However, he had suffered the initiation of being forced to crawl through a dog flap on the first day of entering the Star Sand Martial Arts Academy. Afterward, he had put all of his effort into cultivating, resulting in his cultivation level rising rapidly. However, the Star Sand Martial Arts Academy was brimming with king tiers, and he had suffered several more brutal losses. This severely dented his self-confidence. As a result, he started to take stray and crooked paths, no longer keeping his focus on martial arts. What am I aiming for? What should I aim for? Emoli shuddered upon thinking of this. Clarity returned to his eyes, and an expression of remorse appeared on his face. Since he was a king tier, his mindset was naturally outstanding. A sudden realization was enough to change his entire life. I understand. He nodded and said, "Senior brother, if Emoli becomes successful in the future, it will all be thanks to your words today." Ling Han smiled and said, "Farewell." Then young Master Yun, Emoli looked toward the little boy. This was the child of a great saint after all, so who could shoulder the responsibility if anything untoward were to happen? "Rest assured I'll return him home safely," Ling Han said with a nod. Emoli hesitated for a moment before saying, "Senior brother, young Master Yun's mother is extremely haughty. Be careful not to anger her." He lowered his voice when saying this as if he were afraid of anyone else hearing. Young Master Yun's mother, that was the wife of the great saint. Chapter 1485. I want to take her as my wife. This was the wife of a great saint, and she had just given birth to his son and only child, no less. Thus, it wouldn't be surprising if she were slightly more arrogant and haughty. Ling Han nodded and said, "Then we won't enter. We'll drop him off from a distance and let him return by himself." Although the child was only 4 or 5 years old, he had already broken through to the shattering void tier. As such, would he be afraid of tripping over and hurting himself? In any case, this was ancient academy. Even though the Star Sand Saint was always cultivating in seclusion, he would definitely still have a wisp of his divine sense looking over his precious son at all times. Under such circumstances, how could anything happen to him? After pondering for a moment, Emoli felt that Ling Han's words were correct. He immediately stood up and used his origin power to stabilize his bones. He then gritted his teeth as he suppressed his pain and left. There was cold sweat dripping down his forehead, yet he didn't cry out in pain. In his eyes, this was a very valuable experience. He would remember this day forever, and he would never forget the original intentions that had led him down this path of Tao. The little boy was only 4 or 5 years old, and thus he couldn't be overly immoral regardless of how spoiled he was. With some playful encouragement from the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, he quickly started to giggle, quickly forgetting about his desire to ride on her back. Ling Han walked over and said, "Let's bring him home." The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden nodded in agreement before turning to Ling Han and saying, "I also want a child." Her eyes were as limpid as water, and there was a look of intoxicating seductiveness within them. Ling Han's heart fluttered and he said, "Then let's leave this brat here and head off to make some monkeys." The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden rolled her eyes at him. How could he say this before such a young child? Although such a young child definitely wouldn't understand. "I want to ride on a monkey." The little boy understood the word monkey, and he immediately started to shout in excitement. Ling Han casually waved a hand and retrieved a demonic beast from the Black Tower. This demonic beast was much like a monkey apart from the pair of wings on its back. This was a flying monkey. The demonic beast was aggressive, and it immediately bared its teeth upon arriving before them. Moreover, it could determine the strength of the 3 people before it, so it directed all of its aggressiveness toward the weakest young boy. Although the little boy already possessed a very impressive cultivation level, he was still extremely young after all. He was given a huge fright by the sudden appearance of the monkey, and he immediately started to bawl. "We're meant to be bringing him back home, not scaring him," the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden said. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, she thought to herself that she definitely couldn't allow Ling Han to raise their child, whenever she managed to give birth to one. He was far too casual. After spending great effort to cheer up the little boy, the 2 of them continued to lead him home. After all, he possessed a sensitive identity, so there would definitely be trouble if he went missing for too long. "I want to ride a horse. I want to ride a horse." After a short while, the little boy started to repeat his previous request again. His attitude was extremely aggressive. He was already accustomed to being spoiled, and thus he was insistent on getting anything that he desired. If he didn't obtain what he wanted, he would simply start to cry. Once he started to cry, he would definitely have his wish fulfilled. This tactic had never failed before. Ling Han tossed the flying monkey before him again, saying, "Here, ride it." The monkey bared its teeth, a fierce look on its face. The little boy couldn't help but plunk to the ground in fright. However, he didn't cry this time. Instead, his face had gone pale with fright. "Why you? You're still a child. Is there any need to frighten him like this?" The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden hurriedly helped the little boy up. Ling Han scratched his head upon hearing this. He was accustomed to dealing with adults whom he could reason with. If they didn't understand reason, he would then employ force. However, this was just a spoiled little brat. If both reason and threats failed, he would be at a complete loss for what to do. The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden waved a hand at him and said, "Don't say anything else." She deprived him of the right to look after this child. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh. He was a cultivation genius and he was also the alchemy emperor. Moreover, he also possessed outstanding talent in the field of formations. It could be said that he was an extraordinary prodigy. However, there was no perfect person and there were also areas in which he was poor. If there were anything to blame, it would be that he had spent far too little time with his own son. Thus, he had absolutely no experience when it came to children. In any case, Hunyo became jealous far too easily. Otherwise, he would have Helian Xuan Xue to his left, Xue Yanyu to his right, and the heavenly phoenix maiden behind him. In his embrace would be the empress. If that were the case, how joyous would his life be? I have to cultivate harder and strive to enter the celestial realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, my wives and son won't even recognize me in the future. It was only natural that the little boy was a very poor guide. As such, it took them a long time and many wrong turns before they finally arrived before a peaceful and serene courtyard. This was the little boy's home. Before Ling Han could even knock, he heard a creak as the gate slowly swung open. An old man of around 70 years old walked out from the courtyard. Both his hair and eyebrows were white, yet he wasn't hunchbacked in the least. He was dressed in a jade robe, and it looked like he was the housekeeper of a prestigious family. However, it was indeed true that few families in the world could hire a housekeeper such as him. This was an eternal river tier elite, and his cultivation level was even higher than that of Ling Han's. However, Ling Han couldn't determine whether he was at the medium extreme, high extreme, or consummate level. Young Master Yun. The old man wore a beaming smile as he reached her arms toward the little boy. However, the little boy didn't give him any face at all. He immediately turned around to wrap his arms around the heavenly phoenix divine maiden's neck instead. He didn't want to be embraced by the old man. We've brought him back home, so let's take our leave now. Ling Han nodded toward the heavenly phoenix divine maiden, signifying for her to let go of the little boy. After receiving Mo Li's warning, he didn't want to meet the wife of the great saint at all. He wasn't curious in the least. However, even though the heavenly phoenix divine maiden had already squatted down, the little boy still wasn't willing to let go of her neck. Don't leave. Don't leave. I want to take you as my wife, he shouted. Ling Han couldn't help but grimace. This little brat dared to steal his wife. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden smiled and said, "Be a good boy, little Yun. Come on, let go of my neck." "No, I want to take you as my wife. We can sleep together at night," the little boy continued to shout. Ling Han's expression darkened. Meanwhile, the heavenly phoenix divine maiden giggled and said, "But big sister is already someone else's wife." "I don't care. I want to take you as my wife." The little boy continued to cause a ruckus as he held onto the heavenly phoenix divine maiden's neck. The old man smiled and said, "Since this is the case, why don't you stay here for a while, young lady? When young Master Yun grows tired of you, you'll naturally be able to leave." Ling Han was extremely displeased upon hearing this. He could treat children's words as a joke since they were just children after all. However, this was an old man, so didn't he understand how to respect others? What did he mean that she could leave after his young master grew tired of her? Was he treating her as a fellow human being? "We're incredibly busy and we have no time to look after a child," he said calmly. "Young man, young Master Yun is the son of the great saint," the old man replied calmly, not becoming angry at Ling Han's words. "My wife is also the child of her parents. What, do we owe you something?" Ling Han's voice was cold and aggressive. The old man chuckled and said, "Even if young Master Yun wants the sun in the sky, this old man will still do everything within his ability to obtain it for him. Not to mention, his current request is extremely easy to satisfy." He extended his arms toward the heavenly phoenix divine maiden as he spoke, and it was clear that he wanted to capture her and drag her into the courtyard. Humph! Ling Han immediately threw a punch at him. This punch was imbued with a tremendous sword chi. He had lashed out later than the old man, yet his lightning sword technique was astonishingly quick, reaching the old man before he could grab onto the heavenly phoenix divine maiden. His punch instantly collided with the old man's hand. Wong! A powerful shock wave instantly surged into the surroundings. If it weren't for the saint-level defensive formation around the courtyard, their exchange would have definitely obliterated the entire courtyard. Huh! There was a look of astonishment on the old man's face. This young man had actually blocked his attack. Although he had only struck out casually, he was an elite at the peak stage of the high extreme. As such, how could a junior who had just advanced to the Eternal River tier defend against him? Chapter 1486 Returning Kindness with Hatred. "Wife, let's go," Ling Han said solemnly. It was clear that he was already extremely displeased at this moment. The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden nodded as she placed the little boy down. If a Heavenly Body Tier elite wanted to break free, how could someone at the Shattering Void Tier stop them? The little boy started to pout, a look of sadness on his face. He then suddenly turned around and sprinted into the courtyard. There were tears streaking down his face and he screamed, "Mom! Mom! Mom!" Great, he was crying for his mother now. "You can't leave until young Master Yun gives you permission to do so," the old man said balefully. He released his heavenly bodies, which spread throughout the sky like a heavenly river. These heavenly bodies were incredibly radiant, and there were 9,999 of them in total. He was at the peak stage of the high extreme of the Eternal River tier, and he was just a step away from advancing to the consummate level. However, this was an incredibly challenging barrier, and it would be astonishingly difficult to condense the 10,000th heavenly body. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to condense this heavenly body even if he lived for 10 more lifetimes. In any case, each of the heavenly bodies surrounding him was brilliant and dazzling. Moreover, they all exuded a powerful aura that was unique to Eternal River tier elites. This aura was extremely close to being able to resonate with heaven and earth. Compared to this, Ling Han's measly 5 heavenly bodies appeared to be incredibly shabby. There was a huge gulf between both their cultivation level and power. They were on 2 completely different levels. Moreover, even if Ling Han's power could surpass 6 stars, that would still only elevate his power to the late stage of the medium extreme. Meanwhile, even if the old man weren't a 1-star genius, the difference in their power would still be a whopping 5 stars. Although power wasn't a complete representation of battle prowess, such a huge gulf would still give the old man a crushing advantage. Before such formidable power, what use were techniques and skills? Not to mention, the huge gulf between their cultivation levels also meant that the old man was planets ahead of Lin Han when it came to their grasp of the regulations of heaven and earth. Ling Han's power simply couldn't compare to that of the old man. In fact, he didn't even possess the right to challenge him. The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden stepped back, giving Ling Han space so that he could battle without any worries. "I've come to realize that the conscience of many people has been swallowed by dogs. We brought the little boy back in a gesture of goodwill, yet this is how you treat us? If everyone is like you, who would still dare to offer gestures of goodwill in the future?" Ling Han said calmly. "Old geezer, if you fall over one day and no one comes over to help you, letting you slowly rot on the ground, how would you feel?" The old man was instantly enraged. What was his cultivation level? Would he not be able to get up if he fell over? The tongue of this brat was far too toxic. He was actually cursing him to die. "This world is fair. That is, those who are powerful are kings," the old man said coldly. "Since you want to twist the facts, I have no choice but to subdue you with force." Fighting spirit exploded from Ling Han's body as he tore through the old man's sea of heavenly bodies. "You still had yet to be born when I was commanding the sea and waves." The old man lashed out again, several hundred dazzling heavenly bodies on his palm. He didn't need to unleash his full power. Were several hundred heavenly bodies not enough to suppress a cultivator at the low extreme of the Eternal River tier? It was a shame that he hadn't witnessed Ling Han's heavenly bodies. Those were heavenly bodies that were several hundred times larger than those of ordinary Eternal River tier elites. As such, Ling Han's 5 heavenly bodies could be wielded as if they were 500. That being the case, how could he be suppressed by a mere several hundred heavenly bodies? Ling Han didn't activate the yin-yang 5-element formation. Instead, he simply replied with a casual punch. The two of them exchanged another strike. However, the commotion this time was far greater than the last. In fact, even the space surrounding them was violently torn apart. If someone were to wander into this area, their body would be instantly torn into countless shreds. The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden had already retreated sufficiently far enough, yet she was still pushed several hundred meters back upon being struck by the shock wave of their exchange. Only after retreating into a huge boulder was she able to stop and stabilize herself. Ling Han retracted his fist and clasped his hands behind his back, calmly saying, "The young are gradually overtaking the old now. It's time for you to retire and enjoy the last moments of your life." The old man couldn't help but feel astonished. He couldn't underestimate this young man any longer. After all, his power was already nearing the peak stage of the medium extreme. He chuckled strangely and said, "Young man, your power is indeed extraordinary. It's no wonder that you were able to enter the academy. However, this old man is at the peak stage of the high extreme of the Eternal River tier." As he said this, he lashed out for the 3rd time. This time, however, all of the heavenly bodies around him lit up, unleashing a vast and seemingly boundless power. He was unleashing his full strength. In reality, Ling Han could choose to face this attack head-on. Even if he didn't channel the indestructible Heaven Scroll, his physique had already surpassed the toughness of level 14 Godly Metal, and was nearing the toughness of level 15 Godly Metal. Thus, he could face the attack of an elite at the high extreme of the Eternal River tier head-on. However, he hadn't come here to suffer a beating. He made a pointing motion, and the 10 killing formations inside his body instantly started to circulate, transforming into cold and vicious killing intent. This killing intent then intertwined with his sword chi as it slashed at the old man. Shwa. This was sword chi that had simply been unleashed from his fingers, yet it was dazzling and formidable as it soared into the skies. Puh. Ling Han was pushed several hundred meters back before he was finally able to stabilize his body. It was clear that his power was still lacking. However, his physique was far too freakish, and thus he didn't even spit blood after being struck by this overwhelming shockwave. Meanwhile, the old man groaned in pain. Raising his hand, he more so found that there was blood seeping from the webbing of his hand. During their exchange just then, it had appeared as if Ling Han had suffered greater damage. However, in reality it was the old man who had suffered more. The reason for this was simple: Ling Han's skin was far too thick. Good one, brat. The old man's beard and hair all stood on ends as a look of anger spread across his face. He was incandescent with rage. How many years had it been? When was the last time he had suffered such damage? Ling Han stood tall and proud before him. The indestructible Heaven Scroll had always been incredibly effective when it came to defensive ability. Now that he had combined it with the power of formations, he was finally able to elevate his offensive ability to a formidable level as well. In the Celestial Realm, Ding Yaolong was able to challenge elites 2 minor levels above him simply because he had grasped Tide of the Ages. However, could Tide of the Ages compare to the indestructible Heaven Scroll? It wouldn't make sense if Ling Han couldn't challenge elites who were 2 or 3 minor levels above him. In the past, Ling Han had only been missing a trigger. Now that he had finally learned how to use his body as a formation, it was as if he had been given wings. His power had soared to a new height. Moreover, this was in light of the fact that he had only just broken through, and not had the time to swap his formations out for a level 15 killing formation. Otherwise, upon circulating his 10 killing formations, he could even kill elites at the peak stage of the high extreme. The old man suddenly shuddered at this moment. This wasn't out of fright. Rather, it was because he had activated all of his chi and blood. Those at the low extreme of the Eternal River tier had a lifespan of 100 million years. Meanwhile, those at the high extreme had a lifespan of 300 million years. Of course, these were the limits under the most ideal situations. In reality, most elites couldn't enjoy such a long life. Thus, during the latter stages of their life, cultivators would definitely exert strict control over their blood and chi, preventing them from being overly consumed. Only by maintaining this strict control would they be able to live to the limit of their lifespan. This old man was already nearing the tail end of his life. Thus, during ordinary times, his blood and chi would be in a deep slumber. This was to prevent excess consumption. However, his opponent at this moment was far too powerful, so he had no choice but to activate his blood and chi. This was destined to be an intense and dazzling battle. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be defeated by this young man. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, enveloping him in a divine halo. It was as if he were a god who had just descended into this world. This was the true power of an elite at the high extreme of the Eternal River tier. Good boy, don't cry. Mom will definitely bring your wife back for you. At this moment, a voice suddenly traveled out from within the courtyard. Immediately afterward, a woman appeared at the gate of the courtyard, a little boy in her arms. The old man had still been like a ferocious lion just then, yet he immediately retracted his aura at this moment. He respectfully kneeled down saying, "Greetings, madam." Ling Han sighed in his mind. He hadn't wanted to meet the wife of the great saint, yet he had still ended up coming across her. He turned around to face her. She was a beautiful woman, though her beauty wasn't breathtaking and worthy of sacrificing cities for. At the very least, the beauty of the heavenly phoenix divine maiden was streets ahead of her. "You dare to remain standing after seeing me?" Upon seeing Ling Han, the woman immediately turned her attention away from her bawling son. A look of anger flashed across her face. Chapter 1487 Unreasonable. This woman was only at the medium extreme of the heavenly body tier. Moreover, she had only just broken through to this level, so her aura was extremely unstable. This woman was truly arrogant and haughty. Even the Tranquil Heart Saint and the other saints didn't require others to kneel before them in greeting. Yet, this woman was actually furious that he hadn't kneeled before her? In fact, she was so furious that she was even ignoring her son now. Just as Emoli had warned, this woman had an extremely bad temper. In any case, this was easy to understand. Although the Star Sand Saint was the most powerful being in the hundreds of nearby galaxies, he was already nearing the end of his lifespan. In fact, he was old enough to be the ancestor of the ancestor of the ancestor of this woman. However, the two of them had still ended up together. If she hadn't been attracted by wealth and fame, how could she have ended up with this kind of senile old man? The Star Sand Martial Arts Academy was brimming with young king tiers, so could she not have found an outstanding man to accompany her for the rest of her life? This was definitely a scheming woman. Otherwise, there was no way she could have enticed a great saint to marry her at such an old age. Not only that, but they had even had a son together. Perhaps this was her aim. No one would dare to target her and risk offending the Star Sand Saint. In any case, how had this woman managed to enter a relationship with the Star Sand Saint? Perhaps no one knew the answer to this question. However, it was almost a certainty that she had been extremely obedient and well-behaved in the beginning. Otherwise, there was simply no way that she could have attracted the Star Sand Saint. However, immediately after becoming his wife, and especially after giving birth to their son, she started to show her true colors. "You're still not kneeling?" The woman glowered at Ling Han, a haughty expression on her face. She indeed possessed the right to be haughty. She was the wife of a great saint, and it could be said that she was one of the most powerful beings in the hundreds of nearby galaxies. As such, what did she need to be afraid of? She could act in a haughty manner now, and as the master's wife of the 9 saints, she could still act like this even after the Star Sand Saint passed away. The 9 saints would still have to treat her with utmost respect. After all, respect for one's master was incredibly important to Cultivator 7 saints wouldn't dare to challenge this notion. Otherwise, they would be criticized and condemned by the world. Ling Han clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Greetings, madam." The woman was naturally unsatisfied by this. She looked to the side and said, "Zhang Jian." The old man hurriedly stood up and respectfully said, "This old servant is here." "Capture this audacious person," the woman commanded. "Mom, I want to take her as my wife," the little boy in her arms shouted as he pointed at the heavenly phoenix divine maiden. "Did you hear young master's request?" the woman asked. The old man wiped the sweat from his brows and replied, "This old servant understands." He activated his blood and chi again. Boom. His vitality rose explosively. However, there were already few chances for him to experience such vitality ever again. His blood and chi were already nearly exhausted, and he was forcefully activating and combusting them at this moment. Thus, he naturally couldn't use this technique many more times. Right now, however, he was genuinely an elite at the peak stage of the high extreme of the Eternal River tier. His battle prowess was off the charts. He lashed out, a gigantic Tao manifestation appearing behind him as his thousands of large heavenly bodies orbited around his body. This Tao manifestation looked indomitable, measuring at least tens of thousands of meters in height. Mimicking the old man's movements, this Tao manifestation also launched a strike at Ling Han. Ling Han's expression became serious. With a roar, he unsheathed his divine demon sword and activated the 10 killing formations inside his body. He then activated the lightning sword technique and unleashed his most powerful attack. The lightning sword technique had become even more terrifying now. Fused with the power of Tide of the Ages, Heaven's Might, and his killing formations, it could definitely be considered as the most powerful sword technique of the immortal realm. It was only due to the limits of Ling Han's cultivation level that the lightning sword technique was still unable to reach its pinnacle power. Go. The sword slashed down, intent on ripping open a bright and clear sky even if it were faced with a vast expanse of chaos. Shwa. There was a flash of sword light, and the large hand of the Tao manifestation was instantly obliterated into nothingness. Clear skies reappeared behind him. The old man groaned in pain. A wound had appeared on his right hand. This was caused by the backlash of the Tao manifestation. Fortunately, it was only his Tao manifestation that had been struck. Otherwise, his situation would have definitely been direr if he'd been the one struck by the divine demon sword. He would have needed to sever his entire hand in order to prevent the murderous aura of the divine demon sword from entering his body. If he didn't, he might lose his entire arm or even be killed. The woman was astonished. Zhang Jian had actually failed to defeat Ling Han. She was unclear about Ling Han's cultivation level, but she knew that Zhang Jian was an elite at the peak stage of the high extreme. Yet he was still unable to suppress Ling Han. Gasp. She was naturally familiar with those who came here on a pilgrimage. With her vanity, she would definitely have these people kneel down to greet her. Thus, she was certain that Ling Han was a new student who had come here to participate in the competition. A new student can also be this powerful? Trash! The woman spat in disdain as she glowered at the old man. She then chided, "Hurry up and piss off." The old man didn't dare to speak back. All he could do was suppress his blood and chi and obediently step back. In fact, he had only suffered a slight disadvantage in his exchange with Ling Han. He was still far from being defeated. After all, unless Ling Han used the Nine Heavens Flame, that had already been his most powerful attack. Even so, he had only managed to leave a small gash on the old man's hand. It was evident just how powerful the old man was. The woman walked forward with the little boy in her arms. She then peered down at Ling Han with a haughty expression and said, "Your skills are quite impressive. I'll make an exception for you and take you as my servant. Hurry up and thank my benevolence." Ling Han was astonished. Was she dropped on her head as a child? She wants me to thank her for taking me as her servant? What a dumb C***T. He shook his head and said, "No one in the world can force me to become their servant." "I disagree," the woman said as she twirled a lock of her hair. "You might be stubborn now, but I naturally have ways to make you lower your head." What a joke. She was the wife of the great saint, and she was more so the master's wife to the 9 saints. With such a background, could she not force this measly eternal river tier cultivator to lower his head? Ling Han chuckled before turning around to leave. He was truly unfortunate to have come across this kind of ill-tempered woman. No, he couldn't swallow her insults like this. He had to seek out the large black dog and have him mess with this woman. Mom, I want my wife. I want my wife." The little boy was still sobbing, yet the woman paid no heed to his wails. Right now, all she wanted to do was to force Ling Han to lower his head. She needed to prove her might as the wife of the great saint. After experiencing this, Ling Han and the heavenly phoenix divine maiden weren't in the mood to wander around anymore. They returned to their residence together. 3 days passed and the students from the 9 campuses had all arrived. The competition was about to begin. Everyone drew lots, deciding who they would battle against. The losers would be eliminated. However, the top-ranked seeds such as Ling Han and Gu Daoyi were all divided into the 16 different brackets. This way they wouldn't come across each other until the final group of 16. The competition began and everyone wanted to make a name for themselves. Each battle was of utmost importance, and each competitor fought with their full power. All kinds of secret techniques were unleashed and high-level god tools also appeared one after another. There were many cases of underdogs emerging as the final victor. If they possessed a god tool or saint tool, those at the heavenly body tier could also unleash a battle prowess that was on par with the eternal river tier. Thus, if their opponents weren't at the eternal river tier, or if they didn't also possess a god tool, they would naturally suffer defeat. However, Ling Han didn't come across any such opponent. He won the first battle with ease and it was much the same for the second battle. At this moment, the number of competitors had already been reduced to just 225 people. They drew lots again. 31 people had no opponent, and could thus automatically advance to the next round. After this round, the number of competitors would be further reduced to just 128 people. At that time there would be no weak competitors remaining. They would all be rank 2 or rank 3 king tiers. Meanwhile, most rank 2 king tiers possessed powerful god tools, so they wouldn't necessarily be afraid of the rank 3 king tiers either. Ling Han's next opponent was one such a rank 2 king tier. They were at the consummate level of the heavenly body tier, and they were more so holding a pseudo-saint tool in their hands. This person was none other than Tiancheng. The unfortunate Tiancheng. Ling Han. There was a dark expression on Tiancheng's face. He had been ambushed by Ling Han in the sunken abyss valley, causing him to fall to the floor of the valley. That had been utterly humiliating. He didn't feel that he was weaker than Ling Han. Rather, he felt that he had only been defeated because his cultivation level had been suppressed too much. If they had battled against each other at full power, he was confident that he could have suppressed Ling Han with a single hand. However, in the end, Ling Han had ascended the golden boulder and obtained the bulk of the benefits. Meanwhile, he had fallen to the floor of the valley again. This caused him to detest Ling Han even more. Right now, his cultivation level wasn't being suppressed anymore. Moreover, he also had a pseudo-saint tool in his hands. Thus, suppressing Ling Han would be mere child's play. So what if Ling Han was the second disciple to be recruited? Today, I'm going to exact my revenge, he said balefully. Ling Han shook his head. This person was truly a self-centered being. What had he done wrong? They had been teammates at that time, yet Tiancheng and Shan Jingyi had actually tried to steal Empress Wanxing from him. Afterward, they had committed all kinds of reprehensible acts trying to ambush and attack Ling Han. Thus, Ling Han had no choice but to act first. How could they blame him? You're asking for a beating. Ling Han had never been a good-tempered person, and his expression instantly became cold. He reached toward Tiancheng. Tiancheng still thought that Ling Han was only at the medium extreme of the heavenly body tier. However, after the competition in the Sunken Abyss Valley, Ling Han had already advanced to the pinnacle level of the heavenly body tier. He had advanced even further now, and he had already broken through to the Eternal River tier. Even if Ling Han hadn't engraved 10 killing formations inside his body, he would have still possessed the ability to battle against an Eternal River tier cultivator, even if they possessed a pseudo-saint tool. Right now? The result was already set in stone. A cold smile stretched across Tiancheng's face. Ling Han was actively charging over to attack him? Just how audacious was he? However, a stunned expression instantly appeared on his face. What? Why was Ling Han's attack so overwhelming? It was as if even heaven and earth were about to collapse. Holy fuck. This isn't the medium extreme of the heavenly body tier. He hurriedly activated his pseudo-saint tool. The peach branch lit up, releasing a fragrance that spread 5 kilometers into the surroundings. He was instantly sent flying back. However, his pseudo-saint tool finally managed to unleash its might and block Ling Han's attack. After all, Ling Han was afraid of accidentally killing this ant, so he hadn't attacked with his full strength. Pooh! Tiancheng coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had only been struck by the remnant shock waves, but just how powerful was Ling Han at this moment? He had only been scraped by the shock waves, yet he was still wounded. How is this possible? He shouted. There was a dumbfounded look on his face. How could he not be stunned? Around 11 or 12 years ago, Ling Han had still only been at the medium extreme of the heavenly body tier. Now, however, he had actually advanced to the Eternal River tier. How could this be? It was simply unfathomable. He had definitely received huge benefits from the gigantic golden boulder. Tiancheng gritted his teeth in anger. At that time he had fallen to the floor of the valley, and failed to receive any benefits. Thus, he had left in disappointment and despondence. He hadn't returned after that, and thus he wasn't aware that Ling Han had engaged in an intense battle with Gu Daoyi. Upon seeing Ling Han being recruited second, he had thought that this was because he had ascended the gigantic golden boulder. In other words, he had never taken Ling Han's strength seriously. Only now did he finally realize that Ling Han's cultivation level had already surpassed his. Detestable brat, he spat through gritted teeth. In his eyes, if it weren't for Ling Han, he could have definitely obtained huge benefits in the Sunken Abyss Valley and reached the Eternal River tier by now. He didn't reflect on his own actions at all, instead shifting all of the blame onto Ling Han. The more he looked, the more detestable Ling Han appeared. He waved his right arm and activated his pseudo-saint tool with all of his might. If he could activate the full power of the pseudo-saint tool, the might that he unleashed could be on par with the pinnacle level of the Eternal River tier. It would be equivalent to forming 2 million heavenly bodies. However, it was a shame that his cultivation level was still far too low. After using his full strength, he could only unleash a might that was on par with the early stage of the medium extreme of the Eternal River tier. However, this was already very impressive. This was enough to kill elites at the low extreme of the Eternal River tier and rival elites at the medium extreme of the Eternal River tier. Die. He raised the peach branch and swept it toward Ling Han. A pink halo burst into the surroundings, bringing with it a devastating might. Of course, he was only shouting this in anger. Even if he were 100 times more courageous, he still wouldn't dare to kill someone in the academy unless it was by accident. However, he detested Ling Han far too much, so he wouldn't feel comfortable unless he shouted for him to die. Pa! Ling Han's palm lashed out and he slapped him across the face. There was a loud and crisp crack. Tiancheng was instantly sent flying. His mouth hung wide open and he couldn't help but spit out several broken teeth. There was a shocked expression on his face. He had activated his pseudo-saint tool with his full power, yet he had still been struck by Ling Han. He genuinely couldn't defeat him. There was a bitter feeling in his mind. However, he could continue to bide his time and exact his revenge in the future. The Star San Martial Arts Academy was a place of boundless miracles. Perhaps he was no match for Ling Han now, but this didn't represent that he would be no match for him forever. He was a rank 2 king tier and he had the potential to become a rank 3 king tier. Once he broke through to the Eternal River tier, his strength would be no weaker than that of Ling Han. As such, was there any need to be stubborn now? Since Ling Han could surpass him, why couldn't he also surpass Ling Han? I admit. Pa. He was just about to admit defeat, yet a large shadow instantly appeared before his eyes. This was a large hand, and it aggressively forced him to swallow the words on the tip of his tongue. Are you trying to fucking torture me? I was just about to admit defeat. Tiancheng was infuriated. He hadn't imagined that Ling Han would be so sinister. Pum. With this thought in mind, he suffered another blow to his face. He was almost about to be knocked silly. According to the rules, there were 3 ways that a battle could end. The first was if someone was pushed off the arena, the second was if one lost the ability to battle, and the third was if someone actively admitted defeat. However, Ling Han had forcefully stopped him from admitting defeat, and he didn't push him off the arena either. Instead, he focused on smacking his face around. However, he didn't use too much power, and nothing he did would cause the battle to end. Thus, even though there were many Eternal River tier elites observing the battle, there was nothing more they could do to help. Ling Han and Tiancheng were still battling, so how could they conclude the battle? Impressive. I respect that you're a true man. You're unwilling to yield even in the face of death. Ling Han said as he continued to slap Tiancheng. Respect your mom. Unwilling to yield my A**. Tiancheng was already on the verge of tears. This was far too vexing. Ling Han had already won, so why was he still intent on torturing him? Pa. Ling Han continued to slap his face. Each time Tiancheng opened his mouth, Ling Han would immediately shut him up with a slap. Pa. There was a strong sense of rhythm to this, and it was as if they were singing a duet. This amused many of the spectators. Trying to say 3 words was far too difficult. Tiancheng changed his tactic, saying, I. However, he was still cut off after saying just the first word. In any case, his net word should have been surrender. A smile spread across Ling Han's face. Would he allow Tiancheng to surrender? Tiancheng opened his mouth. Pa. He opened his mouth again. Pa. Upon seeing this, the spectators couldn't help but explode with laughter. Although Tiancheng couldn't say, I surrender, regardless of how hard he tried, everyone could tell that he was trying to admit defeat. What an unfortunate soul. Enough, an elite shouted. He couldn't watch on any longer, so he forcefully ended their battle. Ling Han only stopped because he didn't want to cause too much trouble. Otherwise, the elite mightn't have been able to stop him from attacking. There was rage in Tiancheng's eyes as he glared at Ling Han, yet there was an even stronger sense of fear. Although he hadn't been pummeled for long, he had already started to wonder whether he would be forcefully beaten to death. This left him with severe psychological trauma. Perhaps I won't exact revenge, he thought to himself. The battles on the other arenas were still ongoing. Some were wrapped up extremely quickly, while others were intense and drawn out. Only after 8 days were the final 16 all decided. Chapter 1489 Clash of Bulls. The 7 rank 3 king tiers had naturally advanced into the top 16. Meanwhile, there were no underdogs among the top 16. Apart from the rank 3 king tiers, the Rain Emperor and the Notionless Saint had also managed to advance. They had both silently broken through to the pinnacle level of the Heavenly Body tier. Otherwise, there was no way they could have defeated opponents who wielded powerful and high-level god tools. Taking them into account, 4 of the top 16 king tiers had all come from Joint Peace Planet. This was absolutely astonishing. However, It was a shame that Ding Ping and Jiu Yao hadn't managed to make it into the top 16. After all, their cultivation levels were still too low. Meanwhile, Su Ran hadn't advanced to the Eternal River tier or pinnacle level of the Heavenly Body tier either. Thus, even though he was extremely talented, he still appeared quite ordinary when compared with the plethora of king tiers in the academy. They drew lots again before being divided into 2 separate brackets. Each bracket would have 1 victor, and these victors would battle for the title of the strongest. Only the final victor would receive rewards. The other people would all be stepping stones. Ling Han observed their situation. He and Empress Luan Xing had both been assigned to different brackets. However, Empress Luan Xing and Gu Daoyi were in the same bracket. This meant that it was extremely likely that they would eventually come across each other. They were destined to fight an intense battle. Meanwhile, the Rain Emperor was also in the same bracket as Empress Luan Xing. As such, there was little chance that he could emerge as the victor of that bracket. After all, he still had yet to advance to the Eternal River tier. Although the other bracket didn't have Gu Daoyi, it was still stacked with tremendously powerful individuals. There was Long Xiangyue, second in the world, and Hong Ma. In fact, Ling Han's next opponent was none other than second in the world. This was definitely going to be a ferocious battle between Supreme King tiers. However, Long Xiangyue immediately ran over and pointed a slender finger at Ling Han's nose, saying, "I'm definitely going to defeat you. So, don't lose before the semi-final." She could only meet Ling Han if they both advanced to the final battle of their bracket. Second in the world was standing beside them, and he couldn't help but grimace. "Are you just going to ignore my feelings?" Ling Han smiled faintly. Both Long Xiangyue and second in the world had already advanced to the Eternal River tier. It could be said that they were powerful opponents. "Where are the adults of your tribe? Have any of them broken through to become true dragons? I want to purchase a dragon horn from you guys. I'm open to any requests and discussions," Ling Han said. He still dares to raise this issue? Long Xiangyue's expression grew even darker. Someone in her tribe had indeed broken through to become a true dragon. That was her auntie. She was a supreme prodigy of the Long tribe, and she was more so breathtakingly beautiful. In fact, she was even more beautiful than Long Xiangyue. Was Ling Han not satisfied with her? Pei. I've got nothing to do with him." "You're trying to target my auntie? In your dreams," she said coldly. This stinky man was truly greedy. Ling Han didn't know about the strange rules of their tribe, so he couldn't help but grumble in his mind. "I didn't do anything untoward, so why are you treating me with such hostility? I didn't say that I was trying to snatch a dragon horn either. Rather, I'm proposing a fair exchange. Is there any need to become so angry? Women, what mysterious beings." "Ling Han, I've been yearning to battle against you for a long time," second in the world said, his voice booming like thunder. His physique was astonishing and he looked much like a barbaric bear. Standing before him, Ling Han looked much like a young child. Ling Han smiled and said, "Then let us battle to our heart's content." As you wish." They still had yet to battle, but there were already sparks flying between them. This sent waves of excitement through the people standing in the surroundings. They were eager to see these 2 king tiers do battle straight away. The battle between them would definitely be spectacular. It wasn't long before the 8 battles all started at the same time. Ling Han faced off against second in the world. Second in the world didn't underestimate him. He immediately let out a huge roar, and black hair instantly started to grow from his body. He had already looked like a barbaric bear just then, and at this moment he barely looked human anymore. Fangs started to protrude from his mouth, and his fingernails also became long and black. A cold glow shimmered around him, and his physique was enough to instill apprehension in his opponent's mind. It was as if he were a gigantic beast from the ancient past. "Iron Bone Barbaric Bear Bloodline," someone exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Han's heart shuddered. Iron Bone Barbaric Bears were ancient divine beasts, and although they were slightly inferior to true dragons, powerful Iron Bone Barbaric Bears were still Genesis tier saints. They were incredibly terrifying. "Roar!" Second in the world bellowed loudly before aggressively striding toward Ling Han. He was like a battle chariot hurtling toward Ling Han. The physique of Iron Bone Barbaric Bears was top-notch in the world. These were beasts that could rival even true dragons. Ling Han wore a strange expression. His opponent was charging over to engage in close-quarter combat? Where had his courage come from? Perhaps the physique of iron-bone barbaric bears was top-notch in the world. They could indeed challenge true dragons to some extent. However, this was merely the case in the immortal realm. Ling Han had practiced the indestructible Heaven's Scroll, and the offensive ability of this technique was a solid 0. However, its defensive ability, Come. Ling Han also charged toward second in the world. Neither of them shirked, and it was only natural that they went straight into one another. Both of them were sent stumbling back. They were rank 3 king tiers, and were both at the low extreme of the Eternal River tier. Thus, it could be said that their power was almost identical. Second in the world shook his head. The collision just then had made him feel a little dizzy. However, he immediately smiled and said, "Among those at the same cultivation level as me, I've yet to come across anyone who dares to battle against me head-on. How many more collisions can you withstand?" "As many as you want," Ling Han replied calmly. The collision just then hadn't affected him in the least. "Fine." Second in the world replied with a loud laugh. He charged toward Ling Han again. However, dark light started to emanate from his body as he charged forward, allowing his speed to become quicker and his power to become greater. Ling Han naturally wouldn't cower, and he also charged toward his opponent. The two of them continued to collide with each other. These were genuine body-on-body collisions, and there wasn't anything to cushion the force of their impact. The spectators were all stunned, yet they found this battle to be somewhat hilarious. This was a battle between Supreme King tiers, yet they were actually charging at each other like two bulls? Where was their demeanor as elites? However, apart from Ling Han and second in the world, who else dared to battle like this? Perhaps their bones would all be broken after a dozen or so collisions. After all, just how violent were these collisions? Nonetheless, the two king tiers continued to charge at each other as if they didn't feel any pain. Before long, they had already collided with each other over 100 times. The spectators couldn't help but feel admiration. However, which of them could know that second in the world was actually experiencing unspeakable distress? He knew that his physique was incredibly powerful, so he especially liked to use these kinds of methods to defeat his opponents. He could completely crush his opponents both physically and mentally. In reality, this was indeed the case when he battled against opponents at the same cultivation level. No one could face his attacks head-on. Now, however, his vision was blurry and his stomach was in turmoil. He was feeling incredibly nauseous, and it was as if he were about to vomit his guts out. At this moment he felt like he was just an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Ling Han was like a boulder. When an ordinary person tried to charge at a boulder, it was much like trying to smash a rock with an egg. Fuck, which of us possesses the iron-bone barbaric bear bloodline? Can you be more reasonable? How is your physique even tougher than mine? Ling Han smiled faintly and asked, "Again?" "Of course." Second in the world gritted his teeth as he struggled on. This type of battle was his strength, so he would have no face to show himself if he were defeated by Ling Han. The two of them collided with each other again, and their battle was like a clash between bulls. However, those with a sharp eye quickly discovered that second in the world was becoming slower and slower. As he became slower, the force of his charges naturally grew weaker as well. Although second in the world was still stubborn in appearance, he was already becoming afraid of Ling Han in his mind. He couldn't help but subconsciously reduce the force of his attacks. Chapter 1490 Frightening Collisions. After several hundred collisions, second in the world started to struggle, even though he possessed the physique of an iron-bone barbaric bear. He stumbled around the arena, and it was as if he were drunk. He bared his teeth and his expression was as pained as could be. It was as if there were stars before his eyes, and his entire body was sore and hurting. Even raising his arm or lifting his foot would send bursts of pain through his entire body. Is this brat human? Even the descendants of true dragons aren't this ferocious. Second in the world was certain that the physique of iron-bone barbaric bears was comparable to that of true dragons, even though true dragons were ranked above iron-bone barbaric bears in the divine beast rankings. However, Ling Han looked as if he were completely unfazed. This astonished him greatly, and he felt an urge to vomit blood. "Again?" Ling Han asked politely. With his current physique, which was nearing the toughness of level 15 godly metal, even the full power attack of an elite at the high extreme of the Eternal River tier might not be able to wound him. Thus, his collisions with second in the world were nothing to worry about. Second in the world wanted to quit, but he was called second in the world and he only acknowledged the power of his ancestor, first. As such, how could he accept the fact that his physique was weaker than Ling Han's? Come, he said with vigor. Then let's charge at each other again, Ling Han said indifferently. He prepared to charge forward. Second in the world couldn't help but shudder. Not only was he hurting from the collisions now, but he was even feeling apprehensive of them. Moreover, the pain from the collisions could be forcefully suppressed, but the mental pressure that he felt before the collisions was immense. How fucking painful is the collision going to be? Upon thinking of this, his fighting spirit immediately started to wane. Ling Han detected this and he couldn't help but chuckle. We can compete in other areas as well. No, we'll stick to this. Second in the world said. However, after pondering for a moment, he added, unless you're afraid. You've brought this upon yourself. Ling Han said in his mind. Ling Han grinned and said, let's continue. Holy fuck. Second in the world genuinely wanted to slap himself. Ling Han had clearly given an out, yet he had insisted on maintaining his face. He had brought this pain upon himself. Sigh. Pung pung pung. Ling Han started to charge at second in the world. Second in the world shuddered upon seeing this. However, he still shut his eyes and charged at Ling Han. Pung. There was a loud boom and they were both sent flying back. Ling Han retreated quickly, yet he charged forward even more quickly. He immediately hurtled towards second in the world again. At this moment he was like a raging bull. Second in the world wanted to cry. Ordinarily, it would be him using this kind of tactic to bully his opponents into submission. Not only would his opponents lose the battle, but they would even suffer a mental breakdown. Now, however, he discovered that it was he who was facing a mental breakdown. They collided a dozen or so times again. Ling Han was just about to collide with second in the world again, yet he was astonished to discover that second in the world suddenly leaned to the left the instant that they were about to collide. The two of them scraped past each other. This was their first miss where they didn't collide with each other. You're not playing anymore? Ling Han asked with a smile. Second in the world was extremely stubborn and he replied, I simply slipped. Fine. Ling Han nodded before falling silent again. He continued to charge forward. He could easily overcome these small tricks. Second in the world also accelerated toward Ling Han. However, just as they were about to collide, he suddenly leaned to the side again. Ling Han turned around and asked, You've slipped again? The sunlight was too blinding, so I shifted over to avoid it, second in the world said. He made up another excuse. Again. My shoelaces came undone. I suddenly felt thirsty and I wanted to drink some water. The moonlight looks brilliant and I want to appreciate it for a moment. Afterward, second in the world started to make up all kinds of excuses, not daring to collide with Ling Han. However, he was extremely stubborn and he was still unwilling to admit defeat. The spectators were already roaring with laughter. Who would have imagined that a Supreme King tier would also be so shameless? Ling Han was also rendered speechless. Although second in the world looked like a wild bear, his ability to make up excuses and mess around was also top-notch. He continued to give excuse after excuse, and he was more so frank and confident as he uttered these nonsensical excuses. He didn't seem embarrassed in the least. Before becoming an elite, did one have to train to become shameless first? Ling Han started to become more ferocious. It was second in the world who had chosen to battle like this, and Ling Han had already given him a chance to compete in other areas. However, he was extremely stubborn and had insisted on continuing with this kind of battle. Thus, he had to suffer the consequences even with tears in his eyes. Ling Han started to deduce his opponent's movements as he activated the star-plucking step and charged forward again. Second in the world used the same tactic again, leaning to the side the instant before they were about to collide. However, Ling Han's body also leaned over at this moment, and the two of them instantly collided together. Pum. They were both pushed dozens of meters back by the overwhelming force of the collision. Second in the world's entire body was trembling. Only he knew that several of his bones had already been broken. At the same time, his flesh had also been crushed and ripped open. The collisions were already starting to leave marks on his body. He had evaded Ling Han numerous times before, and he had finally managed to recover some of his origin power. However, after the collision just then, he received even more wounds on top of his old wounds. His situation became even direr. Why did you collide with me? He shouted. The spectators couldn't help but laugh upon hearing his aggrieved cry. Weren't they competing by colliding with each other? Why was he suddenly dissatisfied now? Ling Han smiled and said, I accidentally slipped. He replied with one of his opponent's excuses. Again. Puh. Why did you stray off course again? The sunlight is too blinding. Puh. What about this time? My shoelaces came undone. Puh. After colliding a dozen or so more times, Ling Han had already finished returning all of Second in the World's excuses back to him. Second in the World was vexed yet helpless. I admit defeat. He finally decided to end this battle. Ling Han smiled upon hearing this. Second in the World was truly blind to compete against his physique head-on. Brother Second, let's battle again in the future, he said. Second in the World was slowly limping off the arena. However, it was as if his rear had been struck by an arrow upon hearing this, and he immediately dashed down and ran away. His speed was astonishing. He had definitely been scarred by this battle. Ling Han shook his head and also left the arena. He then looked toward the other battles. Those who could make it to the final 16 were elites among elites and king tiers among king tiers. Among them, only Ling Han and Second in the World had chosen to battle against each other head-on. Meanwhile, the remaining king tiers had all left a large distance between them and their opponents. They were all unleashing powerful techniques at each other. Thus, his battle against Second in the World was the first to end. The other king tiers were still engaged in intense battles. He looked toward Empress Wan Xing. Her opponent wasn't a rank 3 king tier, but rather a rank 2 king tier. However, they had a pseudo-saint tool in their hands, and they were more so at the Eternal River tier. Their strength was quite impressive. After reaching this level, the gap between rank 3 king tiers and rank 2 king tiers already wasn't that evident. In fact, possession of a high-level god tool could even allow one to mitigate it or surpass it. However, the Empress also had a brick in her hands. Although this was a strange weapon, the Empress' enchanting figure meant that she still appeared stunningly beautiful even with the brick in her hands. Gazing at her figure was extremely refreshing. The spectators were overwhelmingly on her side, and they relentlessly cheered her on. In fact, some of them were even threatening her opponent and calling for them to surrender. If they didn't surrender, they would suffer a beating each time they were seen in the future. Ling Han smiled upon seeing this. In fact, the Empress was in full control of the tempo of this battle. Moreover, the absolute beginning stone was particularly powerful, and thus she was destined to win this battle. He then looked toward the Rain Emperor's battle. Coincidentally, his second brother's opponent was Zi Qinfeng. There was no doubt that he would suffer defeat. However, drawing upon his willpower of bravery and invincibility, the Rain Emperor could still withstand his opponent's attacks for a while. The notionless saint was even more unfortunate than him, and his opponent was none other than Gu Daoyi. In fact, he didn't need to feel too bad about this. Although he had been a saint before, he had only been a small saint. Meanwhile, Gu Daoyi had been a First Severance Grand Elder. Right now, he more so possessed a divine fetus. As such, he could easily suppress the notionless saint's 5-element body. That being the case, it was only natural that the notionless saint was no match for him. Chapter 1491 Determining Victory with 3 Strikes. A day passed and the final 8 was finally determined. The matchups for the next round were also determined. In the first bracket, Ling Han was matched up against Hong Ma, and Long Xiangyue was matched up against Cheng Ji. In the second bracket, Gu Daoyi was matched up against Zi Qinfeng, and Qing Xiaofan was matched up against Dang Da. The 4 battles began at the same time. Brother Ling. Hong Ma was dressed in a snow-white hemp robe, and there was a fly whisk in his hand. He appeared especially elegant. He nodded slightly at Ling Han and he didn't seem aggressive at all. He was like someone who had attained Tao, and there was divine light pulsating around his body. Ling Han nodded slightly as he clasped his hands in greeting and said, Brother Hong. I'll only launch 3 strikes. If Brother Ling can withstand all of them, I'll turn around and leave, Hong Ma said. However, if Brother Ling can't withstand them, then I'll turn around and leave, Ling Han said with a smile. Deal, Hong Ma said with a nod. Supreme King tiers like them could easily battle against each other for a dozen days or half a month. In fact, they could even battle for a dozen or 2 dozen years without determining a victor. However, they had limited their battle to 3 strikes now, and thus it was destined to be incredibly intense and dangerous. Because the following battles would become more and more difficult, it was also a good idea to complete this battle as quickly as possible. That way they could naturally expend less energy. They wouldn't be able to determine a victor after the conclusion of the 3 strikes. However, they would be able to determine who had enjoyed the upper hand. This would then allow them to understand the direction of the battle. Hong Ma started to recite a mantra as he flicked his fly whisk. A white stone statue suddenly materialized behind him. This was a plump and lively statue only 9 meters tall. Since they were determining victory with just 3 strikes, Hong Ma naturally had to unleash his most powerful strikes. Moreover, he would have enough time to gather power for these strikes. If they were locked in a battle of attrition, he definitely wouldn't have enough time to prepare such attacks. Ling Han was unfazed by Hong Ma's preparations. His physique was far too powerful, and there were more killing formations engraved inside his body. These killing formations could be activated at any moment, and he didn't need to deliberately prepare them. He started to observe Hong Ma's actions. He could learn from all of the techniques in the world. He had a wild aspiration, and that was to imbue all kinds of regulations into his lightning sword technique. He wanted to transform it such that it could be powerful and peerless even in the celestial realm. 1. An overwhelming aura flowed into the surroundings as the white stone statue behind Hong Ma suddenly opened its eyes. His aura suddenly rose explosively more than 100-fold, and it was as if a saint had descended into the arena. Creak. The arena started to shake as a web of cracks slowly started to spread across it. The arena was unable to withstand his aura. In fact, the spectators could sense his devastating aura even through the layer of restrictive barrier. They were all astounded. If they were to come across such a formidable opponent, they wouldn't even be able to lift a finger. They would definitely suffer defeat. This is the might of a saint. Indeed, this is genuinely the might of a saint. He can destroy mountains and obliterate seas with just a single thought. But why is this might appearing on the body of an eternal river tier elite? Unless he's activated the decree of a saint? However, there are rules in place and it's impossible to activate the decree of a saint in the competition. In any case, he hasn't retrieved any decree. The spectators were all unsure of what was happening. This was already beyond their understanding. Ling Han also frowned. If Hong Ma could genuinely summon a saint, then he would naturally have 0 chance of victory. However, if he were that powerful, how could he have been forced to crawl through the dog flap at that time? Only him, Empress Luanxing, and Jiuyao had been spared from the humiliation of crawling through the dog flap. This was most likely a hollow shell, just like the notionless saint. Ling Han's belief was firm, and he immediately leaped up and charged at Hong Ma. This astonished the spectators. Was there something wrong with Ling Han's brain? He was facing a saint, yet he still dared to actively charge over? He was treating the saint as if it didn't exist. Ling Han arrived before Hong Ma, who humped softly as he raised a finger. The stone statue behind him also raised a finger. A beam of light instantly shot at Ling Han, and this beam of light was radiating with a saintly might. So what if he was a king tier? His battle prowess would still be decimated by 30 or 40%. However, Ling Han laughed loudly upon seeing this attack. If his opponent were genuinely a saint, just a single thought from them would be enough to suppress him. Would there be any need to complicate things and attack him? He unleashed heaven's might to resist this saintly might. Was a saint superior to the heavens? The answer was naturally negative. The saintly might was instantly suppressed by the suffusing heaven's might. However, it was only pushed 7 or so meters back from Ling Han's body. It continued to swirl around like a tumultuous body of water. After all, Ling Han's cultivation level was still inferior, so he could only push this saintly might back. This saintly might wouldn't be able to affect him any longer, though he wouldn't be able to affect Hong Ma with his heaven's might either. However, this didn't matter. His battle prowess came from his body, not from heaven's might. He would battle. Ling Han arrived before Hong Ma and he swung both of his fists at once. Sword chi burst into the surroundings. Hong Ma couldn't help but feel astonished. Summoning the projection of a saint was a powerful technique of his. Under the powerful aura of a saint, which cultivator wouldn't have their cultivation level suppressed and their battle prowess decimated. However, his opponent's heaven's might was surprisingly powerful, so much so that it could even block his saintly might. As expected of a supreme king tier. During the competition in the sunken abyss valley, he definitely hadn't ascended the gigantic golden boulder due to luck. Hong Ma launched a counterattack. Boom. They exchanged a strike. Both of them shot back before coming to a stop and standing upright and proud. Who enjoyed the upper hand? I couldn't tell. Look over there, Hong Ma's hand. Everyone looked over, only to see a drop of blood forming on Hong Ma's hand. However, this drop of blood didn't drip down onto the ground. Hong Ma had been wounded during this exchange, although this was only a very minor wound. There was a solemn expression on his face and he said, "Second strike." He raised his right hand, which gradually became as white and transparent as jade. One could clearly see the heavenly bodies pulsating inside of it, and there was more so a silver river cutting across this hand. Its aura was astounding. The projection of the saint was still present, and this was clearly a stacking of two supreme techniques. Ling Han was as calm as usual as he waited for his opponent to complete his preparations. Die. This time it was Hong Ma who actively charged at Ling Han. He lashed out with his palm. Whoosh. His white and jade-like palm transformed into a heavenly body that descended from the sky. It desired to forcefully suppress Ling Han with its overwhelming aura. Ling Han snapped his fingers, sending forth a burst of sword chi. Just how domineering was the lightning sword technique? The descending heavenly body was instantly obliterated by the powerful sword chi. However, a cold smile stretched across Hong Ma's face. Could his supreme technique be defeated so easily? Boom. The obliterated heavenly body transformed into countless meteors that continued to hurtle toward Ling Han. Their might hadn't deteriorated in the least. How's that? Hong Ma was brimming with confidence. He made a pressing motion with his right hand, pushing the meteors and causing them to accelerate as they hurtled toward Ling Han. However, a look of astonishment instantly appeared on his face. This was because the meteors were actually crumbling. They weren't crumbling like the heavenly bodies had crumbled into meteors. Rather, they were crumbling from the very source of their essence. They were decaying and they eventually transformed into ashes. They lost all of their might. Boom. A palm landed and it instantly sent plumes of dust into the sky. However, it couldn't even hurt a single strand of Ling Han's hair. It was clear who had enjoyed the upper hand. Ling Han had actively attacked during the previous exchange, and Hong Ma had suffered a minor wound to his hand. Meanwhile, Hong Ma had actively attacked this time, and Ling Han hadn't been wounded at all. There was still one strike remaining. If this exchange ended in a tie, Hong Ma would have no option but to admit defeat. Hong Ma's expression was extremely solemn. He hadn't counted on his second strike being able to suppress Ling Han. However, in his plans, that strike should have flustered Ling Han, even if he were able to eventually block it. However, Ling Han had been far too calm and composed. He had to unleash his true trump card. Otherwise, there was simply no way he could defeat Ling Han. He shook his fly whisk. Wong. Numerous divine patterns surprisingly lit up on the fly whisk. As it turned out, this was also a precious treasure. Pseudo-Saint Tool. Although Hong Ma was only at the Eternal River tier, meaning that he was unable to take full advantage of a Pseudo-Saint Tool, he could still unleash might on par with the peak stage of the high extreme of the Eternal River tier. With such overwhelming power, he refused to believe that he couldn't suppress an elite at the low extreme of the Eternal River tier. Chapter 1492 Advancing to the Final. His opponent had unleashed a trump card, so Ling Han didn't dare to be careless. After all, Hong Ma was also a Supreme King tier. Ling Han unsheathed a sword. This wasn't the Divine Demon Sword, but rather the Broken Wooden Sword. The Divine Demon Sword possessed a devastating destructive ability, with its murderous aura being able to penetrate one's body. In fact, it was even powerful enough to instantly kill the Tranquil Heart Saint's ancient Azure Lotus. However, it was only a level 11 god tool. As such, it could only have one fate against a pseudo-Saint Tulto Snap. Thus, Ling Han decided that it was better to use this broken wooden sword. This was a precious treasure of the netherworld, and although it was damaged, its foundation was still intact. It could definitely rival a Saint Tool. A look of fury appeared on Hong Ma's face when he saw Ling Han retrieve this broken wooden sword to block the attack of his pseudo-Saint Tool. Is he trying to insult me? He was enraged and he instantly flicked his fly whisk. Countless rays of white light shot toward Ling Han. Ling Han used the broken wooden sword to carve a path forward. Numerous peculiar and uncanny symbols started to glow on the wooden sword, releasing a blood-red radiance that was suffused with killing intent. In fact, Even the protective barrier around the arena was unable to prevent this aura from permeating outward. The eyes of the surrounding spectators became blood red, and it was as if they had descended into the Tao of demons. Killing intent started to spread among the spectators. Da! There was a soft roar, and this roar struck at the minds of the spectators. The spectators shuddered as they escaped from the infectious aura of killing intent. They were all stunned. Just then they had all been filled with a powerful killing intent. All they had wanted to do was to kill to their heart's content. They couldn't care less about whom they killed. To say nothing of their fellow disciples, they would have even killed their own father or son without batting an eyelid. This sword was far too sinister. A large hand descended from the sky, transforming into a mountain-like ring as it enveloped the area above Ling Han and Hong Ma. This was an astonishing technique, and it finally managed to prevent the killing intent of the broken wooden sword from seeping outward. Ling Han's entire body was shrouded in a black aura. The broken wooden sword had triggered the aura of the demon master that resided inside his body. This caused numerous black demonic patterns to appear on his forehead and face. "It's the great saint," the spectators cried in astonishment. There was only one person who was powerful enough to awaken everyone and drag them from the claws of the demon with a short roar. Moreover, he was also the only person who could blot out the heavens with his hand. This was merely a battle between two cultivators at the low extreme of the eternal river tier, yet they had actually attracted the attention and action of a great saint. This was enough to signify the sinister and extraordinary nature of Ling Han's broken wooden sword. Hong Ma's head had also become numb with fear. Just then he had still been angry about Ling Han retrieving a broken wooden sword to insult him. Now, however, he wished that Ling Han could sheath his sword as soon as possible. In fact, it would be best if he never had to see that sword again. It was far too sinister. Just looking at it was enough to make his hair stand on ends. It was as if Ling Han had descended into the Tao of demons. However, his mind was still extremely pure and clear. He wasn't affected by the demonic aura in the least. Anyhow, the only difference between the netherworld and the immortal realm was the regulations of heaven and earth that they practiced. As for the other things, they were all the same. Good and evil were wholly dependent on one's mind. Their surrounding environment could only act as a catalyst. "Come, let us battle," Ling Han roared. He slashed at Hong Ma with a broken wooden sword, the might of the lightning sword technique indescribably powerful when released through this supreme precious treasure. Shwa. Imbued in this slash were the radiance of lightning, the flow of time, and a sea of blood. These had all originated from the blade of the broken wooden sword. Boom. There was a blinding explosion as the broken wooden sword collided with the flywhisk. The spectators couldn't help but screw their eyes shut. Fortunately, the star Sain had acted in time and reinforced the barrier around the arena. Otherwise, the arena would have definitely been obliterated by this exchange. If that had happened, the shock waves would have definitely wounded many more people. When the light eventually vanished, the spectators saw that both Ling Han and Hong Ma were still standing tall and proud, not a single wound on their bodies. Ling Han looked unchanged compared to his appearance before the battle. There was no more glow around his broken wooden sword, and it was still as broken as it had been before. It hadn't been damaged any further. As for Hong Ma, there was also no wound on his body. However, his flywhisk, several strands of it had been broken. Gasp. That was a pseudo-saint tool. Yet, it had actually been damaged? Although the strands of fiber were only adornments that possessed very little effect, the fact that they had been broken still spoke volumes about the previous exchange. Hong Ma had lost the exchange again. Sigh. Hong Ma wore a bitter expression as he shook his head and said, "I've lost." Ling Han nodded and said, "It was a good battle." He didn't appear especially excited. After all, he hadn't even unleashed his full power. Yi still had yet to activate the 10 killing formations inscribed inside his body. That was reserved for Gu Daoyi. Hong Ma couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. "I only lost by a small margin, so aren't you acting a little too arrogant?" However, a loss was a loss. They had reached an agreement beforehand, stating that they would determine the victor with 3 strikes. So, how could he eat his own words? He humphed before waving his sleeves and walking away. He would definitely win next time. Ling Han smiled faintly as he left the arena. He was hellbent on winning first place. This was for no other reason than to win the saintly origin. A day passed and the top 4 were finally all confirmed. The following 2 battles would be the finals of the first and second brackets. Ling Han's opponent was Long Xiangyue, and Gu Daoyi's opponent was Empress Wanxing. The battles began and they were as intense as could be. This was definitely a battle between dragons and tigers. All 4 of the remaining disciples were unfathomably powerful, and they were nothing like elites at the low extreme of the Eternal River tier. Their battle prowess was already nearing the high extreme of the Eternal River tier, and this was more so not the limit of their power. Long Xiangyue possessed the bloodline of true dragons, and she frequently took advantage of this to unleash bursts of dragon's might. Perhaps this would be incredibly effective against Gu Daoyi and Empress Wanxing, yet it was a shame that it was completely useless against Ling Han. She could only use this dragon's might to defend herself. Otherwise she would risk having her power be suppressed by 2 stars. If that were to occur, she would naturally be easily defeated by Ling Han. However, this wasn't her only trump card. She still possessed a dragon breath attack that was tremendously powerful. She could breathe out a column of black flames that could melt even godly metal of the same level. However, it was a shame that she had come across Ling Han. Ling Han had comprehended rising from the ashes by being bathed in immortal flames, and he more so had an ancestral flame inside his body, yet this woman was trying to use flames to wound him? What a funny joke. Long Xiangyue felt extremely vexed. Dragon's might and dragon breath were the most powerful abilities of the dragon tribe. The third most powerful ability was their physique. True dragons could rely on the power of their physique to kill all other divine beasts, with only iron-boned barbaric bears being able to provide them with any challenge. However, Long Xiangyue had also witnessed the battle between second in the world and Ling Han. They had relied purely on their physique during that battle, and what had the result been? Trying to compete against Ling Han's physique would be asking for a beating. She wasn't stupid. Right now she was actually quite impressed by Ling Han. Respect was earned and Ling Han was fighting fair and square this time. She couldn't find any excuse. Moreover, if Ling Han repeated his request to borrow her dragon horn again, it wasn't as if she couldn't discuss this with him. Cough. Not many men could defeat her, with only Ling Han, Gu Daoyi, and a rare few others possessing the ability to do so. If she were too picky she would end up like her auntie. She was stunningly beautiful, yet she could only enjoy her beauty by herself. No one dared to enter a relationship with her auntie, and her auntie didn't see anyone as a suitable partner either. Their battle lasted for an entire day, and Ling Han was finally able to defeat Long Xiangyue with much difficulty. Of course, this was because he hadn't activated the killing formations inside his body. "Come find me at midnight tonight," Long Xiangyue said to Ling Han. She then left in embarrassment. Huh. Why isn't she shouting about killing me anymore? Perhaps she's going to prepare a trap for me tonight? I definitely won't go, Ling Han thought to himself. Since Long Xiangyue's auntie had advanced to the Genesis tier, his target had naturally shifted to her as well. Otherwise, how long would he have to wait until Long Xiangyue advanced to become a Genesis tier saint? That would be at least several million years. Moreover, that was under the condition that she could even succeed. What would he do if she had no chance of advancing to the Genesis tier? He continued to ponder this matter as he left the arena. Meanwhile, Gu Daoyi and Empress Wanxing were still locked in an intense battle. Theoretically speaking, Gu Daoyi was definitely more powerful than Empress Wanxing. Both of them were practicing the 9 Deaths Heaven art, yet Gu Daoyi had once been a First Severance Grand Elder. Moreover, he had obtained a divine fetus after living 9 lives. Not only that, but he even had a saint tool in his hands. He possessed a crushing advantage over Empress Wanxing, regardless of which field it was in. However, Empress Wanxing possessed the mysterious brick. This mysterious brick could absorb all attacks as long as they were below the level of Genesis tier saints. Thus, Gu Daoyi was unable to defeat her no matter what he did. Chapter 1493 Toxic Heart of a Woman. The battle between Gu Daoyi and Empress Wanxing continued for another day. Eventually, after some discussions between a few elites, they decided to terminate this battle. Otherwise, at the rate that they were going, Gu Daoyi and Empress Wanxing could have easily fought for another few hundred or few thousand years. They awarded victory to Gu Daoyi. He hadn't genuinely won, but he had indeed enjoyed an advantage for the large majority of the battle. Since the battle had been terminated, it was only natural that victory was awarded to the party who had enjoyed the advantage. The Empress was extremely dissatisfied with this decision, and she wore a haughty expression as she peered down at the elites. They had actually dared to award her with a loss. This isn't fair. We can't accept this decision. We urge you to award victory to the Empress. The spectators were up in arms about this decision, and they were overwhelmingly in support of awarding the victory of the battle to Empress Wanxing. Her charm was truly incredible. Gu Daoyi instantly became the enemy of the spectators, and even his most loyal supporters started to hesitate in their support for him. Should they also raise their arms and shout in support for Empress Wanxing? The finals will be held tomorrow morning, the teachers of the 9 campuses announced in unison. Ling Han versus Gu Daoyi. At this moment, the spectators all thought to themselves, as expected. When entering the academy, Gu Daoyi had been recruited first, with his divine fetus peerless and receiving praise from the 9 saints. He definitely deserved to be recruited first. Meanwhile, Ling Han had been recruited second. However, in reality, it was slightly unfair that he had been recruited second. After all, cultivators generally decided their rankings based on strength. Right now, both of them had made it to the finals. If Gu Daoyi won, he would be the undoubted number 1. Such a result would also prove the strong vision of the 9 saints and justify their belief that a divine fetus was more powerful. However, if Ling Han won, he would wash away the frustration that he had felt due to being recruited after Gu Daoyi. I'm the true number 1. There was a good show to come, and the spectators were all on the edge of their seats. Why wait until tomorrow? Hold the final today. However, the spectators could only yearn for this in their minds. The battle would be held whenever it was supposed to be held. This wouldn't change even if they urged otherwise. Ling Han returned to his residence with the Empress. She was extremely aloof and haughty, and it was clear that she was still angry about the result from before. Let it be. I'm definitely going to suppress Gu Daoyi anyway. I'll help vent your anger tomorrow, Ling Han said in consolation. However, the Empress still wasn't willing to soothe her frown. I should have defeated him today. Then when we battle tomorrow, I could have leaped into your embrace and admitted defeat. That should have been the only reasonable outcome. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh loudly and say, Wife, I'll be spoiled silly by you. The Empress smiled upon hearing this, and she leaned into Ling Han's embrace, her body soft and gentle like water. Ling Han wrapped his arm around her waist and said, We need to hurry up and dispose of Gu Daoyi. Once you absorb the power of his divine fetus, your physique will definitely break through to a new level. At that time, you'll become much closer to reaching the Genesis tier. Ling Han naturally wanted the Empress to reach the Genesis tier as soon as possible so that he could push her over and make love with her. If it were the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, she would have definitely jumped over to beat him up upon hearing this. However, the Empress replied with a gentle smile as she pecked him on the lips and said, Definitely. Her eyes were squinted in an enchanting smile. My Empress is so good, Ling Han thought to himself. He chuckled and was just about to say something. However, he was cut off by the sound of someone knocking on the door. Pung pung pung. He went over to open the door, only to find Wei Zhen, the teacher who had been responsible for leading them to the ancient academy. Ling Han, follow me, Wei Zhen said expressionlessly. Ling Han had initially thought that he was here to discuss the finals to be held tomorrow. After all, he was a representative of the 8th campus. If he could win first place, the entire 8th campus would also be able to bathe in his glory. He followed Wei Zhen and quickly arrived at his courtyard. Upon entering the main hall, he discovered that there were already 2 people waiting inside. One was a woman who was sitting on the master's chair. Beside her, there was a young child who was sitting on the floor and playing with dirt. They were the wife and son of the great saint. Ling Han's expression involuntarily darkened. It was evident that Wei Zhen hadn't called him over to discuss tomorrow's finals. Rather, he had been ordered to get him at the command of the great saint's wife. What does this woman want? Do you still dare to be stubborn now? The wife of the great saint asked haughtily. Her name was Zhu Xiu'er. Ling Han spread his hands and said, What? Are you going to accuse me of a crime? Insolence. Wei Zhen roared. His glare was as piercing as a sword, and he continued, Do you have the right to question the saint's wife? To say nothing of Ling Han, even the 9 saints would have to treat Zhu Xiu'er with respect if they were present. Was her identity as the wife of a great saint not powerful enough? Her status was the second highest among everyone in the hundreds of nearby galaxies. I haven't done anything wrong, so why can't I question her? Ling Han said calmly. I also want to ask, why have Teacher Wei and Madam have called me over so late at night? If it's nothing important, I'll take my leave now. After all, I still need to compete in the finals tomorrow. Haha. Zhu Xior sneered coldly before saying, take your leave? In your dreams. You'll be stuck here both today and tomorrow. Whenever you understand, you'll naturally know what to do in order to leave. This was simple. All he had to do was lower his head and respectfully kowtow to this woman. All he needed to sacrifice was his dignity. However, this was something that Ling Han definitely couldn't accept. I desire to leave. Are you two going to stop me? Ling Han said calmly. Are you able to leave? Zhu Xior said with a cold chuckle. Wei Jun was an elite at the consummate level of the Eternal River tier. If he failed to even stop an elite at the low extreme from leaving, then he might as well bang his head on a wall until he died. Wei Jun remained expressionless. From his point of view, he actually wanted to witness Ling Han defeat Gu Daoyi and win glory for the 8th campus. However, who could have envisioned Zhu Xior summoning him over? She was determined to make him submit. To say nothing of him, even the tranquil heart saint would have no option but to yield to her request. He would think of some way to compensate Ling Han in the future. Anyhow, she was their master's wife, so which of the 9 saints would dare to disrespect her? If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame Ling Han for being too proud. During his first day at the academy, he had refused to crawl through the dog flap. Because of this, he had become the common enemy of all of the senior disciples of the 8th campus. Now, he was again unwilling to bow his head to the wife of the great saint. As a result, even his right to compete in the finals of the competition was stripped from him. Is it that difficult for you to bow your head? The path of cultivation is long, and as long as you haven't reached the peak yet, you'll definitely have no option but to lower your head to those more powerful than you. For what reason are you resisting? For what reason are you bringing trouble onto yourself? Ling Han smiled faintly and said, fine. Since you two insist on having me stay over for tea, I'll respect your request. Fuck. Who's inviting you over for tea? Zhu Xior sneered upon hearing this. Act calm and composed all you want. When tomorrow comes and we draw closer and closer to the final battle, let's see if you can still remain so unfazed and calm. She was extremely eager to see Ling Han's expression at that time. Was there any deep hostility between her and Ling Han? No, there wasn't. However, who told Ling Han to challenge her authority? She was the wife of the great saint, and she was the motherly model of the world. Thus, it was only natural that everyone had to respect her. However, Ling Han simply plunked down on a chair and started to meditate. He appeared as calm as could be. Keep pretending. Zhu Xior saw his actions, yet she didn't scold him for sitting without being invited to. She could sometimes be incredibly patient. It wasn't long before the little boy became tired. He lay down on the floor and fell asleep just like that. He was at the shattering void tier, so he naturally didn't need to worry about becoming sick due to the coldness of the floor. Time slowly ticked by. Eventually, a sliver of white appeared on the horizon in the distance. Before long, the sun rose into the sky, its radiance warm and dazzling. It was morning, and the final battle was scheduled to begin in another hour or so. Moreover, the competitors were only allowed to be late by 1 hour at most. Once this time limit expired, they would be automatically disqualified. Zhu Xior was slightly excited. To a prodigy, losing a battle wasn't the most humiliating thing. Instead, it would be far more humiliating if they didn't even dare to participate in the battle. This would be a humiliation that they could never wash away. When people mention Ling Han in the future, it would be inevitable that they mention his cowardly act of today. They would view him as a coward and a weakling. This would be the most damaging aspect. What a toxic heart this woman possessed. Chapter 1494 Escaping from Trouble. Ling Han was unmoving and he appeared as calm as could be. It was already time for the final battle, yet Ling Han still showed no worry at all. Keep pretending? You're pretty good at pretending, aren't you? Zhu Xior sneered upon seeing this. Ling Han would enjoy no good result, regardless of whether he submitted to her or not. If he submitted to her, he would become her slave. However, if he didn't submit to her, he would forfeit the right to participate in the final of this competition. In the future, he would be disdained by the masses and viewed as a coward who didn't even dare to fight. Ling Han had already lost the moment that he sat down. Meanwhile, the plaza outside was already brimming with people. This was the final battle, and it was destined to be a spectacular show. Everyone wanted to witness this battle with their own eyes. Which of the new disciples would become the true king among kings? This title wouldn't be bestowed as a result of some elite's evaluation, but rather be bestowed as the result of their strength in battle. However, it was already time for battle, so where was Ling Han? Gu Daoyi stood atop the battle arena. He possessed a divine fetus, and thus there was naturally a sheen of celestial light on his skin. It was as if he didn't belong to this world, and it was as if he were about to tear a fissure in the sky and drift away with the wind at any moment. However, he wore a dark expression at this moment. During the battle in the sunken Abyss Valley, he had failed to win first place after being obstructed by Empress Luanxing. He had been incredibly disappointed about this. Thus, he was looking forward to defeating Ling Han today so that he could solidify his name as the #1 king tier of the younger generation. Unless he defeated Ling Han today, his title as the #1 king tier of the younger generation would be fragile, even with the backing of the 9 saints. However, Ling Han was actually late. Humph. He isn't afraid to battle against me, is he? Actually, that might be possible. However, if I don't fight this battle, I'll never be able to prove my worth as the #1 king tier. What a despicable and shameless person. We'll wait for 1 more hour. If Ling Han doesn't arrive before that, we'll assume that he's forfeited the battle, a teacher announced. There was a wave of commotion among the spectators. Ling Han was actually cowering from this battle? He was a king tier, so it would be slightly better even if he admitted defeat before everyone. By cowering from this battle, would he still have the face to face others in the future? This would be an unwashable stain on his name. What's happened to Master? Zhu and Ding Ping asked. They naturally didn't believe that Ling Han would cower from battle. This situation was extremely strange. Wei Zhen. Empress Luanxing spat. There was a dangerous glint in her eyes. Ling Han had been led away by Wei Zhen, yet he still hadn't returned even at this crucial time. Thus, his plight was definitely related to this person. Let's go and look for him, the Rain Emperor and the Notionless Saint suggested. No need. Empress Luanxing said with a shake of her head. Believe in him. Ling Han had the Black Tower, so he could at least escape from any life-threatening situations. Moreover, she and the others couldn't defeat Wei Zhen anyway. If he had truly captured Ling Han, then it would be useless even if they headed over to search for him. Instead of helping, they might even bring more trouble to Ling Han. Based on her understanding of Ling Han, she was confident that he would definitely make a move right about now. Long Xiangyue second in the world, and the others were all waiting for Ling Han to arrive. Although they didn't know him well, they knew enough to know that he definitely wasn't a coward who would shirk from battle. Ling Han suddenly opened his eyes. Xiao. He activated the star-plucking step and unleashed his full speed. At this moment he was as quick as lightning. Humph, I've been waiting for this. Wei Zhen said with a cold sneer. He made a pressing motion with his hand, suppressing heaven and earth. Not only was he at the consummate level of the Eternal River tier, but he had even reached the peak stage. Even if he wasn't as powerful as the 4 big shots such as Ren Feiyun and Qi Tian, he was still more than powerful enough to subdue Ling Han. Boom. His palms slammed down, yet his power was confined within an extremely tiny area. Not a single strand of Zhu Xiuer's hair was blown up by his attack. Huh. However, Wei Zhen immediately exclaimed in surprise. This was because he realized that his attack hadn't struck Ling Han at all. Where is he? He retracted his palm, only to find that there was nothing but emptiness. Ling Han obviously hadn't been obliterated into ashes by him. Instead, he had mysteriously disappeared. Spatial God Tool, he and Zhu Xiuer exclaimed in unison. No. However, Wei Zhen immediately shook his head, saying, Spatial God Tools are tangible and they'll definitely leave some trace. He unleashed his divine sense and examined every inch of space around them. He didn't ignore even the tiniest of dust particles. However, the Black Tower was billions of times smaller than even the tiniest of dust particles. It was so minuscule that it would be impossible to detect. At the very least, it was too tiny for Wei Zhen to detect. Ling Han had disappeared. However, it was at this moment that Ling Han suddenly appeared again. Shua. He dashed forward again. Wei Zhen hurriedly charged over and launched a strike at him, his speed incredibly quick. Boom. His strike landed, yet Ling Han had disappeared again. However, Ling Han immediately appeared in the next instant. After dodging Wei Zhen's attack, he hurriedly sprinted into a distance like a fleeing rabbit. Damn it! How is this possible? Wei Zhen was stunned as he chased after Ling Han. He was certain that Ling Han had definitely entered a spatial god tool just then, and not used some kind of secret technique. However, spatial god tools could only hold living beings, not become invisible and intangible. They had to be seeing things. He launched several strikes in quick succession, yet Ling Han easily evaded all of these strikes. Wei Jin had no option but to change his tactic. He immediately unleashed his full power and overtook Ling Han. He knew that Ling Han was heading toward the plaza where the final was held, so his plan of attack was extremely simple. He would block Ling Han's path. Your spatial god tool can't travel through my body regardless of how powerful it is, right? After overtaking Ling Han, he immediately turned around to block him. By doing this, Ling Han would only have two options: either fight him or turn around to flee. Shwa. However, a burst of sword light instantly slashed down at him. Ling Han had unsheathed the broken wooden sword. The demonic patterns on the sword lit up as Ling Han became one with the sword and launched a ferocious attack at him. Wei Jin was astonished. However, his astonishment quickly transformed into a cold chuckle. What a funny joke. You're only at the low extreme, so what does it matter even if you're a supreme prodigy and a king tier? Can you overcome a gulf of 3 minor levels? He didn't hesitate at all as he moved to parry. However, his actions were hasty, and he was unable to unleash his full power. The sword arrived before him. The broken wooden sword appeared damaged, yet after being imbued with Ling Han's full power, it instantly tore through Wei Jin's defenses as if it were nothing. Even though Ling Han was struck by some of the shock waves, his physique was more than powerful enough to resist them. Ling Han roared in anger as he slashed the broken wooden sword at Wei Jin again. This slash was imbued with the anger that he had held back for an entire day. Pooh! A gash immediately appeared on Wei Jin's hand. However, the overwhelming power of Wei Jin's counterattack still sent him flying back. Wah! Ling Han couldn't help but vomit a large mouthful of blood. Blood was also seeping out from his skin. Even though he had taken Wei Jin by surprise, even though he had already activated the 10 killing formations inside his body, even though his physique was nearing the toughness of level 15 godly metal, and even though his slash had wounded Wei Jin, he still couldn't escape the fate of suffering severe wounds. Good one, brat. Wei Jin laughed in fury. How many years had it been? When was the last time he had been wounded? Not only was this brat astonishingly prodigious, but he was more so incredibly audacious. He had even dared to exchange a strike with him head-on. However, the gulf between their cultivation levels was far too large. Although his hand had been wounded, Ling Han had paid an even greater price. However, Wei Jin's expression suddenly changed. He discovered that it wasn't only blood that was flowing out from his wound. Along with his blood, his origin power was also flowing out without any limits. In fact, even his life force was shuddering as if it wanted to flow out. What's going on? He was startled as he looked down at his hand. What entered his vision was a pitch-black wound that looked like a bottomless abyss. *T. Wei Jin had no time to focus on Ling Han anymore. He immediately crossed his legs and sat down, using his full power to suppress the wound on his hand. If he ignored it, his blood, origin power, and life force would all continue to flow out until they were completely exhausted. Ling Han retracted the broken wooden sword, not using his indestructible true fluid as he dashed toward the plaza where the final was being held. At the same time, a teacher had already walked onto the arena, announcing, "Since Ling Han has forfeited this battle, I hereby announce that the victor of the competition between the new disciples is." Who said I forfeited? Shwa. Ling Han dashed onto the battle arena, his fighting spirit burning like wildfire. Chapter 1495 Come Battle. Ling Han had shown up. A commotion began among the masses. They naturally could see that Ling Han was still bleeding, and there were bloodstains all over his clothes too. It was clear that he had just gone through a battle. Could it be that this guy had gone out yesterday night as well? And offended some force somewhere, and had thus fled all the way back with the pursuers hot on his tail? If this had happened in the academy, it was definite that no one would believe it. Who would dare make a move in the residence of a great saint? The teacher humphed. Why did you come so late? Ling Han pointed at the hourglass in the fighting ring. Can I have overslept? In any case, I did not exceed the time limit. Just as he spoke, the last grain of sand in the hourglass also fell down quietly, representing that an hour had passed. The teacher was so furious that with a flutter of his sleeve, he directly ascended onto the fighting ring, without bothering to say another word. Just go on and fight. Ling Han, I had thought that you did not dare come. Gu Daoyi declared coldly. Ling Han chuckled. Just dealing with a random person is merely the matter of a simple action. What need is there for me to shrink back? Heal your injuries now, I will give you 2 hours time to recover, Gu Daoyi declared proudly. He wanted to defeat a Ling Han that was in prime condition, and obtain a straightforward and upright victory, and would not allow the slightest bit of excuse for Ling Han to claim for his loss. When these words were out, everyone couldn't help but nod their heads. As expected of the greatest prodigy of all eternity, Gu Daoyi. Merely this generous trait was enough to gain the admiration of others. Normally, even if Gu Daoyi had immediately made his move, no one could say anything in disagreement, as it was Ling Han who had been late. Furthermore, he had only made it here in the last instant. This was also a show of confidence. Even if I allowed you to recover 2 hours, so what? Ling Han gave a dismissive wave and said, no need, let's just get the fight started. When we're done I can go and get my prize. You were a bit too arrogant, weren't you? You hadn't even started fighting, and you were already sure that you would definitely win. Gu Daoyi's current temperament was incomparable to how he had been years ago. Immediately he was angered. He glared darkly at Ling Han, his index finger endlessly flicking, and his killing intent blazing. Since you are so determined to seek your death. Shua, a flash of sword chi shot towards him, stopping whatever else he had been about to say. Just get the fight started. Where do you come up with so much blabber? Ling Han withdrew his finger. Again? Gu Daoyi almost exploded in fury. It had been exactly like this previously in the Sunken Abyss Valley. Ling Han used an attack to stifle whatever he had been about to say. This brat, how was he so detestable? I'll beat you to mush, he roared and charged towards Ling Han. Boom. The two men immediately began fighting. Because they previously had already fought, they did not feel out each other any further. Immediately they used their powerful moves, battling fiercely with one another. Gu Daoyi was the first to change his move. He used all the mystical power of 10 lives of his 10 lives, and the divine fetus had become even more frightening after he had advanced into eternal river tier. Celestial light flowed from his fingers. This destructive ability was incredibly astonishing. If one was directly landed with a slash, it was guaranteed that even a saint would frown. After all, this already contained a portion of the regulations from the celestial realm. How could it possibly be called a divine fetus otherwise? Just like while the divine demon sword was only level 11, if one was directly dealt a blow, then even the spirit of a saint would disperse if he did not cut his losses in the nick of time. This was power of regulation that had surpassed the immortal realm. Though the indestructible heaven scroll was also a technique from the celestial realm, Ling Han did not dare to rashly check if the indestructible heaven scroll would be capable of casting out the murderous aura from within his body if he was actually hit. It would be wise to be cautious. As the mystical powers of 10 lives were delivered one after another, Gu Daoyi gradually entered into prime condition. When the bodies of his 9 lives appeared, it turned into a battle of 10 against 1. This time he himself had advanced into the eternal river tier, so the bodies of his 9 lives were also naturally capable of showing the might of the eternal river tier, which had reached even the high extreme, and which was more powerful than he himself. The bodies of his 9 lives were too frightening. Or rather, the 9 deaths heaven art was too powerful. This was the reason he could form the bodies of his 9 lives, which showed that the 9 deaths heaven art was possibly also an extremely powerful celestial technique in the celestial realm itself. I definitely have to snatch it for my wife, Ling Han thought. He used heaven's might, which weakened the bodies of 9 lives by 2 stars of strength. Yet even so, because the bodies of 9 lives were too strong this time, power that had been weakened by 2 stars was still overwhelming for him. Ha 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 ha. Gu Daoyi laughed loudly. Previously, he had been limited to the pinnacle level of the heavenly body tier, causing the might of the bodies of 9 lives to also be severely limited. However, it was different this time round. Now that he had opened up the upper limit of the eternal river tier, the bodies of 9 lives also exploded with outstanding battle prowess. Merely an ant from the immortal realm, how could you be worthy of fighting me? Gu Daoyi said in an incredibly disdainful tone, communicating this message via divine sense. He thought that Ling Han was from an ancient divine tribe, and definitely would not leak the secret of the celestial realm. This was a secret that belonged specifically to the both of them. The mystical powers of 10 lives were all used, and their might was practically nature-defying. Ling Han was repeatedly hit. This was a fight of 10 against 1, and furthermore each doppelganger was even stronger than the original. Even Ling Han was not capable of matching that. Gu Daoyi had cultivated a celestial technique, but had Ling Han not done the same? Not only had he cultivated one, and it was definitely not one that was inferior in any way to the 9 Deaths Heaven art, though the strength of the indestructible Heaven Scroll lay in defense. Ling Han had indeed been sent back by the attacks, but he had only suffered superficial injuries. As golden divine light circulated, his injuries immediately healed. You just have this little bit of strength? Ling Han asked, smiling. Fuck. Gu Daoyi's expression darkened involuntarily. This guy's tongue was still as poisonous as it had been. However, he was a little shocked by the strength of Ling Han's physique. He had clearly seen no circulation of origin power into defenses. Ling Han was completely taking on the attacks head-on, and it was like he was made of genuine steel. Could it be that this guy was a descendant of one of those few supreme immortal beasts of the celestial realm? Otherwise, how could he possibly possess such astonishing physique? On the other side, Hong Ma had also received a shock. At first, he had been slightly regretful he had made the agreement of 3 moves with Ling Han, and thought that he had lost in an unjust way, but now, he accepted his loss wholeheartedly. If they fought all out, it was another matter whether Ling Han would be able to overwhelm him in terms of attack power, but he was definitely invincible in the area of defense. He could not possibly break through Ling Han's defense. Even if he could, it would be a mere scratch with the latter's terrifying recovery ability. Humph, so what if you have strong defenses? Would you be able to defeat me with just the ability to take a beating? Gu Daoyi asked arrogantly. Ling Han broke into a grin. Who said that I am only strong in defense? The godly bones in his body glowed. The first killing formation was activated. One at a time, there was no need to rush. Ling Han attacked, using the lightning sword technique, and embedded the killing formation as well as the tide of the ages within his attack. Using yourself as a formation? Gu Daoyi's insight was indeed sharp. He had immediately seen through to Ling Han's attack. Quite intriguing. The strength of your physique actually allowed you to inscribe level 14 formations. Too bad, in front of me, what is a level 14 formation worth? His bodies of 10 lives showed their might at the same time, and easily dispersed this attack. Ling Han, there is no way you will be a match for me, Gu Daoyi said proudly. Prostrate in front of me. You should know, I can bring you glory. He was the severing mundane ancestor from the celestial realm. Ling Han laughed and said, don't be patient, the best is yet to come. He activated 2 killing formations and attacked again. It was still easily dispersed. 3. The smile on Gu Daoyi's face gradually withdrew, and he revealed an expression of seriousness. Why had the might of the killing formation become stronger and stronger? It was obviously still level 14, but its might had far exceeded that. This was illogical. You did not inscribe just a single killing formation. Realization suddenly dawned on Gu Daoyi, his face filled with shock and astonishment. This time he was really stunned. Chapter 1496 The Final Battle. Gu Daoyi was experienced and knowledgeable, and this had primarily come from his first lifetime. In the subsequent 8 lifetimes, he had spent his time working hard on cultivation in the immortal realm. Additionally, there was nothing much in the immortal realm worthy of his notice, and his 10th lifetime had just begun. In the celestial realm, it was not uncommon to use oneself as a formation. Some people had walked the path of strengthening their physique, and were thus capable of inscribing a killing formation in their body, and some were the descendants of supreme immortal beasts, and had thus been born with sturdy godly bones they did not need to cultivate, and were naturally capable of inscribing a killing formation in their bodies. Yet he had definitely never seen one that could actually inscribe not just one killing formation in their body. A maniac like that actually existed? Such a freakish achievement was actually possible? Could it be that he had surpassed his scope, and far exceeded the level of the severing mundane? The descendant of a royal family? When Gu Daoyi had been the severing mundane ancestor those years ago, he'd already been qualified to get in contact with a little of the truth behind that great turmoil and purge. Close to 1/3 of all the forces in the entire celestial realm had suffered massacre and exile, and there was no shortage of king tiers among them. For example, he had coincidentally found the 9 Deaths Heaven art in the ancestral grounds of a royal clan. Unfortunately, he had not even managed to begin cultivating it at the time when he was also purged alongside his clan, and subsequently exiled from the celestial realm. He was from the celestial realm, but had yet to touch the highest social circle of the celestial realm. Perhaps only strong king tiers were capable of inscribing not just a single killing formation in their bodies. A covetous look involuntarily appeared on Gu Daoyi's face. If he could obtain this kind of secret, then his abilities would definitely improve even further. If he merged the secret techniques of 2 royal clans, then he would also be capable of becoming a celestial king in the celestial realm in future, and establish his own royal clan. "You truly astonish me time and time again," he shouted loudly, his bodies of 10 lives attacking simultaneously, determined to completely suppress Ling Han. This time he wanted to defeat Ling Han, and next he would rob Ling Han of all he possessed, including that woman that similarly cultivated the 9 Deaths Heaven art, and would thus make his divine fetus even more extraordinary. He was sure that Ling Han was the compensation that the heavens had given him. He would gladly accept this great gift. Ling Han laughed loudly, 5 killing formations activating at the same time, suddenly boosting his battle prowess to the height of the high extreme of the Eternal River tier. Boom. 2 people that were highly likely to become the strongest king tier in history endlessly exchanged blows, and as the number of killing formations Ling Han activated continuously increased, his battle prowess also became more and more frightening. In terms of defense, he had been invincible in the first place, so this naturally allowed him to completely dispense with his previously disadvantageous position, and begin a fierce counterattack. Gu Daoyi suddenly felt strained. Even though Ling Han had been simply waving his fists around and shooting out sword chi, it had the tide of the ages infused in his attacks, and that was a celestial technique. Add 5 killing formations based on the foundations of the Indestructible Heaven Scroll, and the Indestructible Heaven Scroll far surpassed the tide of the ages as well. How could this kind of attack not be tremendously powerful? But Gu Daoyi was not ordinary either. The 9 Deaths Heaven art was also a powerful celestial technique that originated from a royal family, and was acclaimed even in the celestial realm. Moreover, the bodies of 9 lives had formed the divine fetus, which furthermore possessed celestial chi, and had incredibly frightening destructive ability. In the battle between the 2 of them, if it was not for the fact that their power was still limited from the medium extreme to the high extreme of Eternal River tier, merely in terms of destructive and harmfulness, if a blow landed on an elite at the consummate level, even he would be severely wounded. Ling Han gave a sharp battle cry, and activated the 10 killing formations all in one go. Suddenly, the light of the 5 elements flickered over his whole body, with the chi of yin and yang entwining around him. A Tao manifestation as tall as 30,000 meters formed behind him, and shot a punch mercilessly down at Gu Daoyi. What? Gu Daoyi's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Ling Han's battle prowess was actually still capable of increasing further. He roared furiously, opened his mouth, and actually spat out a ray of celestial light. Then, his aura suddenly expanded greatly, and a palm strike sliced towards Ling Han. Boom. The whole martial arts ring began to shake violently, and multiple cracks appeared. It was practically ready to collapse. Even this kind of martial arts ring was unable to survive the ultimate battle between 2 great king tiers. Gu Daoyi's expression was dark. Although he had not been injured by this blow, he had used up a mouthful of the power of celestial source. This was his trump card that had been nurtured from the 9 Deaths Heaven art. He had only nurtured it when he had advanced into the Eternal River tier. Once he used it, his abilities would strengthen 100-fold, but he could only use it 3 times. It was one of his strongest trump cards. Yet he had actually used it just now. In his eyes, there was no one worthy of him using the celestial source power in a battle of equal cultivation levels, but now he was actually forced to save himself. This was a heavy blow to his confidence. Ling Han's abilities were actually as strong as this. He was clearly only in the low extreme of the Eternal River tier, yet could use himself as a formation, and inscribe level 14 killing formations, and not just one at that. This guy definitely had the bloodline of a royal clan from the celestial realm, or it would be impossible that he could be so freakishly powerful. That was a royal clan. The celestial realm was huge and had long history, but how many royal clans were there really in existence? He definitely had to obtain this kind of bloodline secret. Ling Han did not give him a chance now that he had the upper hand. Since all 10 killing formations had appeared, then he would give it another go. He charged out, his whole body wrapped by entwined light, the 5 elements in yin and yang. With 10 killing formations activated at the same time, this light was practically blazing. Gu Daoyi clenched his fist to greet the incoming attack. He had not completely expended his mouthful of celestial source power, and at present, his strength had surpassed the peak stage, so he naturally had no fear of a battle. Gasp. Phew. Beneath the martial arts ring, everyone was watching dazedly. Even those teachers bore expressions of utmost seriousness. The new students this time round were truly impressive. At present they should still be able to suppress these two if they tried their best, but after not too many years later, the battle prowess of these two would take the lead, and only the big shots in each campus would be capable of suppressing them by then. But the moment the cultivation level of these two advanced just the slightest bit, without even needing to reach the peak stage of the consummate level, probably only advancing into the consummate level would compel a couple of the big shots in the academy to yield their positions to them. In this prosperous age for martial arts, prodigies came forth in large numbers, and those that stood out among the innumerable prodigies would be the kings among kings, future saints. They might even be able to break the limits of the Star Sand Saint and become Saint Kings. These two men, who would actually emerge victorious. Ling Han shot out punch after punch. That feeling of completely letting go of his reservations and merely releasing all the power he had within him was really great. He went all out in the battle. In a battle of equal cultivation levels, it was probably only a divine fetus like Gu Daoyi that was capable of matching him. Gu Daoyi's expression was ugly. He had already drawn on the power of his celestial source, and even then he could only battle Ling Han to a tie. The problem was that he only had 3 mouthfuls of power of celestial source. There was a time limit to the use of each mouthful. What if he expended it completely and still did not manage to defeat Ling Han? He hurriedly shook his head inwardly. No, he would definitely suppress this archenemy before that. Archenemy. Gu Daoyi's assessment of Ling Han had exponentially increased, and reached the level of an archenemy. Finally he summoned his Saint Tool. Suddenly, endless pressure descended. Even the defensive restrictions on the martial arts ring were on the verge of collapse, unable to sustain such pressure. Though a pseudo-Saint Tool had the words, Saint Tool, in its name, it was completely unrelated to an actual Saint Tool in truth. How could it possibly compare to a genuine Saint Tool? And not only did Gu Daoyi had possession of a Saint Tool, it was also a royal tool he had forged a few lifetimes ago. How overbearing was it? Ling Han's brow wrinkled into a frown. This Saint Tool had the ability to wound his physique, and could not be underestimated. He drew out the broken wooden sword and the sun physique activated. His whole body shone with brilliant light. Not only was each flash of light blindingly bright, it also possessed frightening heat, and had astonishing destructive ability. By this point the battle had truly reached its climax. Chapter 1497 Celestial Source Power. With Gu Daoyi's pride, he'd initially disdained from using a Saint Tool to bully others. He was an elite of the celestial realm, had recultivated for 9 lives, and formed the divine fetus in his 10th life. Was that not enough to crush all the trash in the immortal realm? But he did not think that way now. Ling Han was definitely a descendant of a royal clan from the celestial realm. In terms of background, Ling Han was stronger than him by who knew how many times. Thus, it was natural that he would use the Saint Tool, wasn't it? He waved his sword and delivered a slash at Ling Han. The Saint Royal Tool shone endlessly. This was the strongest existence in the immortal realm. Even if the Star Sand Saint was present, he would not dare take on a single strike from this Saint Royal Tool. Ling Han was shining with brilliant light as if he was the god of sun himself, but the broken wooden sword in his grip was exuding demonic light, bringing out a sea of blood that overflowed the skies. Demonic patterns appeared one after another, and it was similarly extremely frightening. Pum. The two swords clashed but did not release the slightest bit of sound. However, everyone could feel their minds shake suddenly, and almost had their divine sense destroyed by the tremor, blood seeping from all their apertures. Only one person was exempted, and that was the Empress. She held the absolute beginning stone which could absorb all attack in her grip. Only power that had reached the Genesis tier could possibly cause actual damage to it. However, neither Gu Daoyi nor Ling Han were of the Genesis tier, so they could not possibly make the treasured tool in their possession show the true saintly might, and there was naturally no effect on her. The two swords crashed into one another, and Ling Han and Gu Daoyi were also looking each other in the eye. They were less than a foot away from each other, and were so close to each other that the air they exhaled was hitting each other's faces. Humph! While Gu Daoyi's right hand wielded the sword, his left hand formed a claw, and he swiped at Ling Han. The bodies of 9 lives also moved respectively, attacking Ling Han simultaneously. Ling Han was unafraid, and the sun physique shone with endless divine light. This was a sun physique that had reached great accomplishment level. Even if it was not a match for the divine fetus, it was inferior only to the divine fetus itself. How could it be that it would not be a match for the bodies of 9 lives either? Moreover, the bodies of 9 lives were not true living beings after all, and were only battle doppelgangers that been summoned with a secret technique. Boom! As the sun physique burned, all bodies of 9 lives released a muffled grunt. Their eyes had all been blinded by the burn. Gu Daoyi involuntarily released an enraged roar. The bodies of 9 lives were naturally all done for. They could not possibly suffer any actual damage, but now that they had suffered burn wounds, they could not possibly recover, at least not immediately. Thus, his battle prowess had naturally declined tremendously. Damn it, this was a benefit that he had gained from the golden floating rock. If he was the one who had gained it, with the divine fetus added with the sun physique. His left hand attacked continuously, filled with his hatred and jealousy. Ling Han did not cower. His left hand clenched into a fist, he counterattacked. Their two swords were still held against one another. Divine patterns and demonic patterns shone endlessly, and it was hard to decide who would be winning at this moment in time. Meanwhile, their left hands were delivering continuous attacks towards each other, exploding with chaotic light. A divine fetus was truly extraordinary. If it was any other person and he dared to exchange blows at such close quarters with Ling Han, all the bones in his body would be shattered quite quickly, but Gu Daoyi survived all the blows. It was not his physique that was astonishing, but rather the extraordinary nature of his divine fetus. He could disperse the power that he consumed just like a true celestial, untouched by the dust of a lower realm. Ha, Ling Han, your physique may be strong, but how could my divine fetus lose to you? Gu Daoyi smirked. Your physique was awesome, but his strength lay in his constitution. Is that right? A thought flashed in Ling Han's heart, and the 9 heavens flame emerged. It had been reserved to deal with Gu Daoyi in the first place. True enough, even the 10 killing formations merged as one were not able to defeat the latter, and he had to use his strongest attack. The 9 heavens flame, one of the 9 great ancestral flames of the celestial realm. What divine fetus, let's see if this will burn you to death. Boom! A layer of flames wrapped around Ling Han's fist. It was very thin, no thicker than half an inch, and just barely managed to wrap around his fist. It was colorless, but the burning air allowed one to see the outline of the flames. Gu Daoyi felt all the hair on his body stand on ends in that one instant. The divine fetus was sensitive and could sense danger, causing his heart to clench. He hurriedly withdrew his sword and retreated. Putting aside actually sustaining a punch from Ling Han, he did not even dare take it head-on. This is... He stared at Ling Han's left fist, but even if he had been a severing mundane elder in his first life, he did not recognize what kind of flame that was at all. He only knew that he definitely did not want to be touched by it. He might have heard of the ancestral flames, but had not been worthy of seeing them before, what more getting in contact with them. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Why are you being so shy? Come, you'll know once you've gotten a taste of them." Taste? Fuck. Gu Daoyi was ridiculing inwardly. When one had reached a height like he, his instincts were never wrong, especially when it concerned danger. This flame could burn all and turn even his divine fetus into ash. He humphed and brandished his sword in a slash. My physical body dares not touch your flames, but how could it be that your physical body dares sustain a single blow from my Saint Royal tool? Ling Han waved the broken wooden sword to parry. Now, Gu Daoyi did not use physical blows to compete with him, and was merely attacking with his sword, so he did not dare to extend his fists either. After all, it was no joke to take a strike from a Saint Royal tool. He waited for an opening. After all, as long as one was attacking, they would definitely be left open, and by then he only had to shoot forth his fist in a punch. The bodies of 9 lives were still attacking. However, their eyes had been blinded, and they could only confirm the location of their target with instructions from the original. This naturally caused them to be slightly slower. In a clash of this level, being slightly slower was actually no different than being completely useless. Ling Han completely disregarded the presence of these 9 beings, the wooden sword continuously clashing against the Saint Royal tool, and then punched out with his fist. The 9 heavens flame showed its might, and even if his attack had not directly landed on Gu Daoyi, merely that burning heat was enough to burn off all Gu Daoyi's hair and eyebrows. Gu Daoyi was a divine fetus. Initially he looked handsome and great, and was so charismatic that even Ling Han and Zi Qinfeng were far from matching him. But now, with a completely bald head and his eyebrows burned off, he suddenly became incredibly strange-looking. "Damn you! Damn you!" he shouted. Although he was not concerned about looks, who would be willing to show others an ugly image of themselves. And what made him more apprehensive was the fact that his first mouthful of celestial source power was close to being completely used up. He had to end the battle as soon as battle, he thought, but the problem was that merely thinking that was of no use. He had used all his powerful moves, the bodies of 9 lives, the divine fetus, the Saint Royal tool, and the celestial source power. He had thrown out so many trump cards and still had not succeeded. What else could he do? Still not admitting defeat? Ling Han laughed loudly. In truth, he was more willing to beat Gu Daoyi to death, but who asked him to have just broken through, and thus yet to inscribe level 15 killing formations? Then he could only be satisfied with winning today. In any case, killing him would not be permitted under the conditions today. When he inscribed level 15 killing formations in future, he would kill this guy, and hand the divine fetus over to his wife to be refined. Then he could finally move his great undertaking of pushing down the Empress up the schedule. Just the mere thought of it made him slightly excited. Gu Daoyi did not speak. In this present situation, it was true that he was at a disadvantage, but as long as the battle had not been concluded, it was possible that an astonishing turn of events could happen. For a king tier like himself, his will was strong, and he would definitely not surrender until the last moment. However, who among the gathered masses wasn't a king tier as well? How could it be that they could not tell how the scales were tipped now? I never imagined that Gu Daoyi would be about to lose. He is claimed to be the greatest prodigy of all eternity, and in a battle of equals, he should be able to sweep aside all opposition and be invincible. Which clearly means that natural talent does not represent everything. We have the chance to become the strongest too. Ling Han's powerful counterattack caused everyone's fighting spirit to burn bright. Chapter 1498 Deliberately Distorting the Truth. A mouthful of celestial source power was used up, and Gu Daoyi had no choice but to use another mouthful. This seemed to have become a spell that hastened his death. When the 3 mouthfuls of celestial source power were expended, that would be the time for his loss. He did not want to lose. He could not. He was a divine fetus. Even in the celestial realm, that was one of the very best physiques to have, and it was actually inhibited by someone in the immortal realm. If he did not have a Saint Royal tool and it was Ling Han who did, then even if he did lose he would have an excuse, but the problem now was that it wasn't the case. No matter how he thought about it, it was completely illogical that he would lose, but he was still losing. And this was unacceptable to him. Gu Daoyi gave a large shout, his mouth spitting out celestial light. His divine fetus exploded with blazing light, and it was actually even brighter than the sun physique. He was going to go all out. He had also activated the last mouthful of celestial source power. Rather than waiting slowly for his loss, why shouldn't he throw everything in for a daring gamble? Who knew there might still be a chance for him to win? However, how frightening was celestial source power? Even if he was a divine fetus, so what? He had not specifically cultivated his physique, so the terrifying power was bubbling inside his body, and as the divine fetus bore the brunt of it, multiple cracks appeared on it. Gu Daoyi used his incredibly strong willpower to suppress his crumbling body. This was how a king tier should be, doing what others could not. He waved his sword in a slash. The might of the Saint Royal tool also soared greatly, and surpassed the level of the consummate level of the Eternal River tier. With a burst of celestial might, he instantly gained the upper hand and began to beat down on Ling Han. Ling Han's expression was cool. This was definitely a short-lived burst from Gu Daoyi. Was it not clear that even his body was about to explode? If he could still last very long in a state like this, Ling Han would really not believe that. Once he survived this round of attacks, it would be the time for him to begin his counterattack, and that would also be the moment of his victory. However, the Gu Daoyi of this moment was really fierce. He had exploded with 2 mouthfuls of celestial source power at the same time, and his battle prowess had shot through the roof, so he was extraordinarily powerful at present. He could easily suppress anyone in the low extreme, medium extreme, and high extreme, and might even be able to kill those at the consummate level of the Eternal River tier. Everyone was watching with gaping mouths, unable to release the slightest sound. The present Gu Daoyi's battle prowess was comparable to that of one of the big shots, but he had just broken through to the Eternal River tier. Yet Ling Han was also so powerful that it struck them speechless. No matter how furious Gu Daoyi's attacks were, Ling Han still managed to parry them, and seemed completely calm and unruffled. This was because Ling Han had already channeled the indestructible heaven scroll in its peak condition. He could even take a blow from a saint. He naturally did not raise the level to the peak at present, and this would also allow him to last longer. Gu Daoyi could clearly see that every time Ling Han took a blow from him, there would be a golden light flickering over him, and his origin power was being expended at an extremely rapid pace. Then he merely had to last until Ling Han's origin power was completely exhausted, and then he would naturally be able to defeat the latter. But what if it was his celestial source power that would be expended first? Then the one who would lose would be him. There was no way out of this. His only option was to keep fighting. He had gone berserk and blasted Ling Han repeatedly. He did not want to lose. He definitely did not want to lose. Ling Han was unmoved. This was only a competition. If it was really a true battle to the death, then he completely could die once and allow his body to recover to its prime condition. And then Gu Daoyi would really be unable to do anything against him. In truth, he had not yet channeled the indestructible true fluid. This one drop would allow his injuries to completely vanish. The only thing it could not replenish was his origin power. He still had trump cards, but Gu Daoyi did not. In this battle, he would be the final victor. Fight, fight, fight. Gu Daoyi was almost about to go crazy. He was fully aware that the celestial source power was rapidly being expended, and it could only support him for another 10 breaths time at most. The victor would be decided in this little bit of time. Boom. He blasted his attack without any reservation, the Saint Royal tool dancing. He completely did not care if this attack would kill Ling Han. In this instant, his mind was only filled with the desire to win, and that had surpassed all other thoughts. But Ling Han's defenses made him lose all hope. 1 breath, 2 breath, 9 breaths, 10 breaths. Gu Daoyi's power suddenly retreated like receding flood waters. His celestial source power was completely finished, and he had fallen from the higher plane back down to the mortal plane. Stop. Just at this moment, a feminine rebuke was heard. Lady Saint Mrs. The students did not recognize this voice, but all the teachers knew, especially the few teachers from the ancient academy. They hurriedly shot out and flew up onto the martial arts ring, putting an end to the battle. To an extent, the Saint Mrs.'s words represented the will of the Star Sand Saint. Who dared to disobey her? Saint Mrs. All the students were confused. Was it the wife of the saint, or the mother of the saint? Ling Han's brow wrinkled in a frown. Why was Zhu Xiu'er here? Under the eyes of the masses, Zhu Xiu'er walked slowly and gracefully up the martial arts ring and said, "The victor is already decided. Why is it still not announced?" The victor was decided? Wasn't the battle still progressing? All the teachers did not know what was going on. Whom was the Lady Saint Mrs. siding with? However, there was no lack of clever people here, and realization immediately dawned on them. She was definitely not helping Ling Han, because Ling Han would be winning in another few moves. Did he need the Lady Saint Mrs. to stand up for him? Cough. Immediately, a teacher cleared his throat. Let me announce. In the competition of new disciples, the champion is Gu Daoyi. The masses were completely stirred up. Everyone could clearly see, so how could they not tell that Ling Han was just about to turn the tables around? It would be his turn to fiercely counterattack soon after, so how could he be judged to have lost the battle? Gu Daoyi was also startled. He did not know Zhu Xiu'er at all. Why was she helping him? But he naturally did not want to lose, even if it would be due to the help of another. Thus he simply decided not to say anything. Ling Han naturally would not yield and asked, "May I ask how have I lost?" How had he lost? The few teachers glanced at each other. It was evident to all that Gu Daoyi was completely spent, whereas Ling Han was like a fierce tiger that had just escaped its cage, and had been about to draw his sword. The time for the competition is limited to only a single day and night. Since the victor had not been decided in the time given, the battle would be decided based on whoever has the upper hand, Zhu Xiaoer answered. Anyone could clearly see that Gu Daoyi completely had the upper hand just now, so it naturally is his victory. There was nothing wrong with that explanation. Previously, it had indeed been Gu Daoyi who had the upper hand, but the problem was that their battle had not commenced for a whole day and night. At present, the moon hadn't risen to the middle of the skies, and no matter what, there was still 6 or 8 hours until the time limit of a day and night, so it was still very early. But the Saint Mrs. had already said such, and who would dare refute her words? If she said the sun was rectangular, then it was. If she claimed that ice was hot, then it was. So what if she chose to deliberately misrepresent the facts? More importantly, she had clearly expressed her stand on this matter. Who would dare not give her some face? What, she is actually the Star Sand Saint's wife. And birthed a son for the great saint. Fuck, no wonder so many teachers treat her so respectfully when she has clearly only just broken through to the heavenly body tier. Some among the spectators were well informed, and had already mingled closely with the students in the ancient academy in these short few days, so they naturally would not be unaware of an important character like Zhu Xiaoer. When her identity came to light, it immediately gave rise to an uproar. This identity was too freaking amazing. A teacher said, "The Lady Saint Mrs. has already spoken. Who else dares have disagreement?" Dismissed. The first place winner this time is Gu Daoyi, and if anyone dares to spout nonsense, he will not be easily spared. Everyone was completely quiet with fear. That was the wife of the great saint, and it was not just an empty name, but a noble person who had given birth to his son. The identity of her son had increased her honor, and it was enough to guarantee her glory for all ages. "I do," Ling Han announced loudly. He would definitely not submit. Otherwise, what need was there for him to hold out against Zhu Xiaoer? At the beginning, if he had given in, none of the later events would have happened. His words resonated loudly. Will not yield. Will not submit. I disagree, I will not submit. Ling Han stood like a mountain, firm and unyielding. He could bleed and his spine could break, but he would not bend. Everyone was watching. At this moment, Ling Han was undoubtedly all alone, but standing there, he looked like he could look disdainfully down on the rest of the world. Even if there were millions standing in my way, I would still charge bravely forwards. At this moment, everyone was moved by his charisma, and a dead silence fell. You will not yield? So what? Zhu Xiaoer stated disdainfully. Putting aside the fact that there were only a few teachers here, even if the 9 saints themselves had come, which one of them would dare refute her will and object to her actions? Did they want to deceive their master and eliminate their ancestor? I will just ask this question. Who here feels that I have lost? Ling Han's eyes swept over everyone, and no one dared to make eye contact with him, all bowing their heads and avoiding his gaze. I'm not convinced. Empress Wanxing was the first to walk up to the martial arts ring. Fuck, Zhu Xiaoer dared to insult her beloved. She did not care who was the one throwing the insults. She only had to beat her up. She stared fixedly at Zhu Xiaoer, imperial might and her breathtaking charms intertwined together. Even Zhu Xiaoer lowered her head involuntarily, feeling inferior. I'm not convinced either. I'm not convinced either. I'm not convinced either. The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, the Rain Emperor, Ding Ping, and the others all walked up the martial arts ring. They were not the only ones. Even Zi Qinfeng, the second in the world, Long Xiangyue, and other such rank 3 king tiers also leaped onto the martial arts ring. They only respected the strong. If the victory was based on true strength, there was nothing to be said. However, if it was obtained with such abuse of power, no one would submit. If even that could be allowed, then what was the point of competing in the first place? A competition had to be fair. Whoever was stronger would rightfully be the winner. This was a publicly acknowledged truth among king tiers. I am not convinced either. Another person leaped onto the martial arts ring. This was not a friend of Ling Han, nor was he a rank 3 king tier. Ling Han didn't even know him in fact, but he had spontaneously walked onto the martial arts ring. Ling Han should be the winner. Judge again. More people ascended the martial arts ring. There were a total of only 900 new students this time round, but now there were already over 100 that had ascended the ring to support Ling Han, and there were more walking onto the martial arts ring. Young King Tears were filled with passion in the first place, and now their fire had been ignited, and could not be extinguished at all. Fine, all of you are planning on rebellion? Zhu Xiu'er asked coldly. Get off the martial arts ring immediately. I will count to 3. If there is anyone still on the ring, I will throw him out of the academy. She definitely had that kind of authority. If she wanted to expel a few people, could the 9 saints even object? But what she did not expect was that it would have been better if she had not said these words. The moment she announced this, even more people were jumping up onto the martial arts ring. Just go ahead and expel me then. If you can't even ensure this little bit of justice, what meaning will there be to continue staying here? That's right, if I submit today, this will definitely leave a shadow in my heart. Would I still have hopes of becoming a saint in future? Everyone was saying such. What had everyone entered into the Star San Martial Arts Academy for? Wasn't it for the sake of someday becoming a saint? Otherwise, a considerable number of them had saint-level backgrounds, so what need was there to have come all the way here? But if a shadow was left behind in their hearts, there was no hope of becoming a saint, and what was the point of staying then? They had been forced to crawl into a dog's hole just over a year ago, and which one of them was not filled with resentment? This resentment had completely exploded through today's matter. King Tears could not be insulted. 200, 300, 400, 500, and practically everyone had ascended onto the martial arts ring. Zhu Xiu'er's eyes involuntarily turned cold. Since these people were so disobedient, they would just have to be expelled completely. Did they really think they were all that awesome? She smirked coldly and was just about to speak. Right at this moment, a heavy pressure was felt, causing her to be unable to speak a single word. The winner this time is Ling Han. A voice was heard, like the willpower of the heaven and earth that everyone would accept willingly. This was a saint, the Star San saint. Suddenly Zhu Xiu'er's expression was livid. She had never imagined that her own man would actually slap her harshly in the face at this moment, but no matter how displeased she was, how could she dare voice her objection at this moment? Her status and power were all because of the Star San saint, and the Star San saint merely had to say one word, and she would fall from the apex right down to rock bottom. Once she had lost the precious position of Saint Mrs., she was only a heavenly body tier, and could just barely be called an elite. The great saint had spoken, and no one dared disagree. Furthermore, this was the truth after all. Ling Han should have been the winner in the first place. Abruptly, everyone cheered. The Star San saint had made a just judgment, which was equivalent to having supported them, which made them feel overjoyed. Gu Daoyi's expression was livid, and all the teachers looked livid as well. They were the losers in this farce. Ling Han. Ling Han. Ling Han. Everyone was loudly calling out one name, lifting the mood to the extreme. Ling Han broke into a grin, and waved his hand to express his thanks to all of them. He did not know if the Star San saint would have interfered in the end if these people had not supported him, but this event did make him feel an even stronger longing for power. Zhu Xiu'er only had the backing of a great saint, and already dared to detain him and deliberately distort the facts in front of countless others. What if a great saint was also like that? What was crucial was that he himself had to be strong. Ling Han watched Zhu Xiu'er leave angrily, Gu Daoyi walked down from the martial arts ring with a dark expression, and all the teachers leave with sullen expressions. Though this victory had been his in the first place, with how Zhu Xiu'er had created trouble like this, it became he who had offended all the teachers. Let it be that he had offended them. In any case, he did not expect anything from these people. Ling Han did not wait for Wei Zhen, and directly returned with Empress Luan Xing and the others to the 8th campus. In any case, this teacher was not pleased to see him either, so what need was there to wait for him to leave together? Because they had quietly turned around and left, they were ahead of the rest and actually did not alert those in the academy. Ling Han headed directly to the library, and chose a new killing formation. If he encountered Gu Daoyi again, he would not give him another chance and would kill him directly. The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden meanwhile followed Ling Han to the 8th campus. In any case, when cultivators went into seclusion, it would last 80 to 100 years at least, so it was all right for her not to be at her own campus for a great many years. It was fine as long as the resources were dispensed as usual. Ling Han browsed for a long time, and finally decided on the formation that he would choose the Blood Crow formation. This was an extremely high-level formation among level 15 formations, its might comparable to the peak of the high extreme. If 10 formations were joined as one, their power might not reach the peak of the consummate level, but the middle stage and late stage were still possible. As long as he inscribed this killing formation, he could put up a fight even against an opponent in the peak of the consummate level, and would not be like how he had been when fighting Wei Jin, having to use all sorts of tricks, and still only managing to strike him when the latter had had a moment of carelessness. He returned to his quarters and entered into the Black Tower. He began to comprehend Tao beneath the reincarnation tree, wanting to completely understand this new formation in the shortest time possible. 7 days later, Wei Jin led the team back. The seniors had already long been waiting, but when they aggressively approached, they discovered that Ling Han was actually not present among the returning party. This made them feel as horrible as if they had thrown a full power punch right into empty air. As it turned out, Ling Han had left early on. And subsequently, the news about the final battle between Ling Han and Gu Daoyi had spread as well, including how Zhu Xiuer had attempted to deliberately distort the facts, how Ling Han had proclaimed that he would not submit, and that the masses had erupted in an uproar in the end. Finally, the Star Sand Saint had personally spoken and set things right. This caused even the seniors to feel hot-blooded when they heard this. Though a great many people still could not let go of tradition, they could not help but raise a big thumbs up for Ling Han. If it weren't for the fact that he had that kind of upright heart and iron will, and hadn't crawled through the dog's hole on the first day he entered the campus, would there have still been his unwillingness to submit to Zhu Xiuer's tyranny? The great saint had expressed his stand. Was that actually praise for Ling Han's resistance to an extent? Chapter 1500, laying a trap for Gu Daoyi. Yet Ling Han knew nothing of this. He was engrossed in formations and completely had no knowledge of the passing of time in the outside world. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Ling Han suddenly moved and opened his eyes underneath the reincarnation tree. He had completely grasped the Blood Crow formation. 4 formations below saint level, one only had to completely comprehend the formation patterns. But above that level, one would have to possess the power of construction. Without comprehension of that aspect, even if saint-level formation patterns were inscribed on a formation eye and given to you, you would not be able to release its saintly might. Just like how the power of a saint tool in the hands of an eternal river-tier was limited to the peak stage of the pinnacle level, perhaps the power could reach saint level, but without corresponding power of regulation, it could still not be claimed to be saint-level power. Ling Han used the 9 heavens flame like a blade, and inscribed the formation patterns on his bones. As for the previous formations? Easy. With a simple thought, the indestructible heaven scroll would naturally mend his godly bones back to perfection. Ling Han used his mind's eye, his will as his hand, and the 9 heavens flame as a blade, and inscribed the formation patterns on his bones. Compared to level 14 formation patterns, the complexity of the Blood Crow formation was tens of thousands times higher. But the present Ling Han was no longer in the pinnacle level of the heavenly body tier, but in the eternal river tier. The strength of his divine sense had also soared, and the speed at which he inscribed was actually even faster than the last time. Was it more difficult to breach the gap between level 14 and level 15, or the gap from the heavenly body tier to the eternal river tier? It would have to be the latter, of course, and thus, it was absolutely normal for Ling Han to advance so rapidly at present. Thus, Ling Han had covered his godly bones completely with formation patterns, a total of 10 formations. In truth, there was still space on his godly bones to inscribe half of the Blood Crow formation, but the might of half a formation was too small, which he might as well do without. Hence he just left the space empty. He exited the Black Tower. 2 years had passed, and for the majority they did not improve their cultivation level in the slightest, but Empress Luanxing, the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, and the others were different. Not only did they have the resources supplied by the Academy, they also had the divine pills Ling Han had refined, and could also comprehend Tao underneath the reincarnation tree, so the advancement in their cultivation was extremely obvious. Though Ling Han had been in seclusion previously, he had still left behind a sliver of divine sense still alert. For those who wanted to enter into the Black Tower, they needed only enter his rooms, and this sliver of divine sense would naturally take them into the Black Tower. For someone who had reached his height, this was no big deal. "You've succeeded?" The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden immediately approached him. Ling Han nodded and answered with an N. "Here, saintly origin." Empress Luanxing handed a jade box that was tightly closed to him. Saintly origin was the precious treasure that a saint extracted from the source of heaven and earth. It could greatly improve one's cultivation level because the regulations of heaven and earth that the saint had grasped were also contained within. For cultivators below saint level, it was extremely beneficial. Ling Han pondered for a moment and then answered, "You use it." Empress Luanxing was startled slightly, and immediately understood Ling Han's thoughts. This bad guy still wanted her to quickly become a saint so that he could do some perverted activities with her. What Ling Han wanted was what she liked as well. The Empress merely smiled gently and put the jade box away. Since Ling Han had made such a request of her, she would advance to Genesis tier as soon as possible. Get a few for my Fenger as well. Ling Han could not just favor one of them, and planted a kiss on the heavenly phoenix divine maiden's cheek. In the end, she only rolled her eyes at him in return. There was nothing to be done. A leopard could not change its spots. The personality of the fierce woman was hard to change. Did anyone come to make trouble? Ling Han asked. How could there not? Though they were all beaten off by Big Sister, the heavenly phoenix divine maiden answered, covering her smile with a hand. Ling Han laughed involuntarily. Though Empress Luanxing was only in the low extreme, what could they do when she had a great weapon to use in any fights? Once the brick was out, who dared stand against her? I have to think of some way to screw Gu Daoyi over. Ling Han supported his chin with one hand. However, he could not make a move in the academy. In fact, there was no chance for him to make a move even anywhere else on Wood Figure Planet. With 10 saints standing by, even if they did not consciously will it, their divine sense was roaming over every corner of the academy. And those like Gu Daoyi definitely belonged to the heavily watched characters. Once there was any slight move, it would definitely draw the attention of the saints. I can only wait for some ancient sight to appear, lure Gu Daoyi to make a move and then kill him, Ling Han said. This Gu Daoyi, like Empress Luanxing, had cultivated the 9 Deaths Heaven art, and both of them wanted to refine the other's fruits of cultivation, so it was destined that only one of them would be able to stay alive. What else needed to be said? Ling Han would definitely be helping his own wife. Furthermore, once she refined Gu Daoyi's divine fetus, Empress Luanxing would be able to reach Genesis tier even sooner, and this filled him with motivation. But it would be too difficult for such a chance to appear. Gu Daoyi had a grasp of celestial techniques, and also had the comprehension of cultivation levels right up to severing mundane tier. What mystery realm could there be in the immortal realm that would be worthy of his notice? Ling Han thought for a moment with his hands supporting his head, and then suddenly was startled. He had once obtained a set of coordinates when he had been in the lower realm, that had been created by one of the 12 generals under the Heavenly River King, and he had obtained the 9 Dragons Tyrant Body Art and the Annihilating Dragon Star Arrow from within. This mystery realm had been a part of the immortal realm in the first place, but had been forcibly sealed off as another dimension and stuffed into the lower realm. Such an action was extremely extraordinary. Previously, Ling Han's cultivation level had been too low, so he was unable to figure out the cultivation level of the 12 generals, but now he was absolutely certain that these 12 people definitely had to be saints. Putting aside all else, when one had cultivated the 9 Dragons Tyrant Body Art to the peak, one could possess the power of 9 true dragons, and true dragons were of the same grade as saints. In fact, the Annihilating Dragon Star Arrow was an attack that could shatter heavenly bodies and kill true dragons. How could it be anything else but the means of a saint? Then what kind of existence would that Heavenly River King, the master of the 12 generals, have to be? A great saint? Or perhaps, a saint king? He got it. Ling Han clapped his hands. The coordinates that he had obtained definitely corresponded to a secret treasure of the Heavenly River King. Who knew what had happened all those years ago, but the Heavenly River King had fallen, while the 12 generals had sunken the 12 heaven mystery realms into the lower realm. If the secret treasure of a Saint King appeared now, when the secret treasure of the celestial realm appeared, would Gu Daoyi be tempted? Who cares if it really is as great as the celestial realm? So what if I exaggerated a bit? What's important is that Gu Daoyi would be tempted to venture out. I'll do some scouting first, then lay a trap for Gu Daoyi, Ling Han thought. He discussed this idea with Empress Luanxing and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. They immediately decided to set out and scout out the treasure that the Heavenly River King had left behind. In the case of ancient sites, especially a place that had been created by someone that was possibly a Saint King like the Heavenly River King, preparations naturally had to be done very well. They decided to set out 10 days later. Master. Ding Ping rushed over. What has happened? Ling Han asked. It was very rare for this disciple of his to be in such a rush. Ding Ping caught his breath back and said, "The Star Sand Saint has already announced a saintly decree to take Gu Daoyi as his 10th personal disciple." His face was filled with indignation. If he was to take someone as a disciple, it should have been his master. Didn't he see that it was Ling Han who had defeated Gu Daoyi and obtained the name of the strongest in the competition of new students? Ling Han smiled involuntarily and said, "I know." To be honest, he did not have the slightest desire to take the Star Sand Saint as his master. Enrolling into the academy and taking a certain person as master were two completely different matters altogether. "Master, why are you not the slightest bit worried?" Ding Ping asked anxiously. "The decision of a saint would be like a strike of heaven's will, severing your good fortune." Saints had attained Tao and from a certain aspect represented the will of heaven and earth. Furthermore, it was widely rumored that only one person would be able to attain Tao among millions of king tiers, and it would be a person who had gained the favor of the Star Sand Saint. Now that the Star Sand Saint had taken a disciple, it meant that others would not have any more hopes of becoming a saint. The great saint takes a disciple. In fact, the Star Sand Saint had long since wanted to take Gu Daoyi as his disciple. In his eyes, divine fetus was the highest grade physique in this world, and added with his careful nurturing, not only would Gu Daoyi be capable of inheriting his legacy, he might even be able to surpass him, and advance into the Saint King tier that he had always yearned for. It was no longer possible for him to take that step himself, but if he could personally nurture such an invincible paragon saint, he would die happy. Moreover, if he nurtured a Saint King, Gu Daoyi would definitely remember his goodwill. Then, even after he had passed, his son would have an incredibly dependable backer in the future. But what the Star Sand Saint did not know was that Gu Daoyi was not one to appreciate his kindness. He was the severing mundane ancestor, and what he lacked now was merely time and resources. That was why he had entered into the Star Sand Martial Arts Academy in the first place. In Gu Daoyi's eyes, every single person in the immortal realm was an ant. Would he go out of his way to take care of an ant? You gotta be kidding. At first, the Star Sand Saint had not planned to take a disciple so soon. Wasn't that equivalent to inflicting a bitter disappointment on all the other students? But this time, Gu Daoyi had lost to Ling Han. He was afraid that Gu Daoyi would be thus disappointed, and his heart of martial arts would be moved. Hence, he decided to immediately take Gu Daoyi as his disciple. This was equivalent to saying that the great saint was optimistic about Gu Daoyi's future. So what if he had lost once? What elite had not lost before he ascended to the apex? Climbing up the high peak of martial arts did not depend on a momentary dash, but rather depended on a long-lasting endurance. What would be the use for you to be the quickest to rush halfway up the mountain? What kind of insight did the great saint have? Furthermore, the great saint represented the will of the heaven and earth, and with such an announcement from the Star Sand Saint, it was equivalent to having delivered a strike on everyone on behalf of the heaven and earth, and cut off their hopes of becoming a saint. This naturally made everyone feel anxious. A great number even thought of leaving the academy. The point of them entering the Star Sand Martial Arts Academy, wasn't it all for competing for the place of the last true disciple of the Star Sand Saint, so that they too could become saints? Now that this person was decided, what was the point of them staying any longer? This could absolutely not be allowed to happen. Ling Han immediately planned to stop them. What a joke, he was planning to lay a trap for Gu Daoyi, but what if he went out on a trip and came back and everyone had left the academy? How was he going to spread out the news by then? Running over and personally inviting Gu Daoyi? Did he really take him as an idiot? Ling Han thought for a moment, raced out and began to shout loudly, telling everyone not to waver. Even if the saint had personally chosen him, so what? Man could conquer nature. It did not absolutely mean success if they had competed, but if they did not, that meant definite failure. Everyone had managed to enter the Star Sand Martial Arts Academy, which meant that their aptitude was clearly high. All of them had hopes of becoming a saint. How could they give up their conviction just because of one word from someone else? Furthermore, it would be easier for them to pursue if they had a target ahead of them, stay behind, and surpass Gu Daoyi. When these words were thrown out, they made the whole 8th campus flare up. Right, as long as Gu Daoyi had yet to become a saint, everything was still undecided. Moreover, there was not much advantage in returning to cultivate anyways. On the other hand, there were many king tiers here, and not only could these other king tiers incite one's fighting spirits, they could also be sparring partners. Many of them were the type to grow from battles. The more they fought, the stronger they would grow. When they returned, they were invincible and had no equal, which also meant that they would stagnate and not advance further. Stay behind. Even if they lost, they could not escape. They had to lose with their heads held high. If this was another person, their words would definitely not have such weight. Ling Han was different though. The reputation of a troublemaker like him had grown from fighting, and he had gotten the first place among the new students not too long ago too. His abilities were above Gu Daoyi's. In the Star San Martial Arts Academy, in terms of abilities, Ling Han still could not be considered a big shot, but in terms of reputation and fame, he was faintly close to catching up with the big shots. These words spread from the 8th campus to the other campuses, and greatly encouraged every single person. Though there were still some people that chose to leave, the majority stayed behind. In any case, many students had enrolled this time round, so even if a few hundred had left, there was still a larger number than the previous years. Only then did Ling Han breathe a sigh of relief. He was going to create a Saint King level treasure trove later, and it would definitely lead to an uproar in the Star San Martial Arts Academy. It would be the topic of every conversation. Then he would get some items of the celestial realm that only Gu Daoyi would recognize, and make him think that it was a celestial level treasure trove. He would definitely be tempted. He himself was a little impressed by his quick wits. He had easily pacified the rest. He was really trying his best for the sake of his wife. Ling Han brought along the Empress and the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, preparing to depart and set out on their trip. After they left the academy, they would proceed into a galactic journey through the cloud-piercing shuttle. But they had just exited the doors when they were blocked by a large group of senior students. Ling Han. A senior student walked out. He was in the peak stage of the consummate level of the Eternal River tier. Previously, even the medium extreme was unable to stop Ling Han. Now, it was natural that they could only mobilize those in the high extreme, and furthermore it was even one in the peak stage. His battle prowess had even soared up into the consummate level. Would that still be unable to suppress Ling Han? No way. What is it? Ling Han's eyes swept over them, and he saw that these senior students all wore complicated expressions. They were not all furious as they had once been, immediately wanting to commit violence the moment they'd seen him. We've also heard some things about you and have to admit that we are impressed, the senior student continued. How about this? We'll make an exception for you. You don't have to crawl through the dog's hole, but traditions cannot be abandoned. Just make a public apology to everyone and yield, and you will be a true member of the 8th campus from then onwards. This was due to how Ling Han's many actions previously were much too impressive, especially how he dared question St. Mrs. Zhu Xiu'er. Even the big shots would have to give him a thumbs up and admit their own inferiority. No, even the 9 saints would have to admit they were impressed. Thus, the seniors made the largest compromise and no longer demanded to take Ling Han down a notch. However, this matter could not be forgotten just like that. Thus, Ling Han would also have to compromise on his side, and then they would all be one big family. In their eyes, Ling Han would definitely agree to this. After all, Ling Han's cultivation level was too low. In the next million years at least, he would still be restricted by those in the high extreme and consummate level of the Eternal River tier and the 4 big shots. Could you survive having people staking you out every day for the next million years? No way. Ling Han did not even give the idea any consideration, and directly shook his head. He said, I will not apologize. What a joke, what did he do wrong? Nothing. Since that was the case, why did he have to apologize? If he had done wrong, he would have admitted his mistake, but he did not do anything wrong, so why would he need to bow his head in submission? He had previously questioned Zhu Xiu'er, wasn't it also because of this? Even the might of the great saint was unable to make him submit. What more trash like you people? Seeing the determined expression on Ling Han's face, the seniors looked livid. They had already made such a large compromise, yet Ling Han actually was unwilling to compromise even in the slightest. It should be known that he only had to apologize in front of all the members of the campus. Was that a humiliation to him? No, you already had the upper hand, having managed to make the seniors compromise and only demand an apology from you. Why did he still not agree? He had gone too far. The senior in the lead couldn't help but wear a dark expression as he said, Junior brother Ling, we have said all the nice words, and if you are still being disobedient, I can only use brute force. He moved. Boom, a giant palm suddenly appeared in the air, grabbing out at Ling Han. There were over 10,000 stars entwined around it. Merely the aura exuding from it was enough to make anyone in the low extreme of the eternal river tier collapse on the ground. Ling Han waved a fist and a blood crow appeared. Flapping its wings, it greeted the large hand. As its wings spread, innumerable feathers transformed into swords that shot out, bringing with them the power of Tide of the Ages as if to rip into the skies. Chapter 1502 Number 1 in the rankings, Blood Crow Formation. He actually dared to face senior brother Yanqing head-on. Where did he get his courage from? Senior brother Yanqing was a rank 2 king tier, and was presently standing at the peak stage of the high extreme of the Eternal River tier. Even if Ling Han was a rank 3 king tier, so what? There was a gap of a whole 3 minor levels between them. How could this gap be compensated by the difference between rank 2 and rank 3 king tier? If Ling Han had immediately broken into a run, with both of them being in the Eternal River tier and having about the same speed, Yanqing really might not be able to stop Ling Han. But in an upfront confrontation, ho. He was asking to be humiliated. The large palm pressed down as if the heavens themselves were falling down. The blood crow rushed forth, its feathers of blood shooting out like arrows. Shio. The blood feathers first landed on the large hand, and they could see that the frightening giant hand immediately began crumbling, and the might of the blood feathers was not reduced. They continued on their trajectory and shot towards Yanqing. What? Seeing this scene, the other seniors were all dumbfounded. This. What was going on here? Yanqing also experienced a shock. He hurriedly waved both hands, striking back at these blood feathers. Green River Formation, he shouted loudly. All the bones in his body glowed, and a ray of green light surged forth from his forehead, becoming a huge formation around him. It was natural that all the disciples of the 8th campus could use themselves as formations. Green River Formation, a level 15 formation. It could be ranked in the top 10 of the level 15 formations, but only managed to be the 10th, neither in the top 5 nor the top 3. It was not that Yanqing did not want to inscribe a stronger one, but his body could not support a stronger formation. But the grade of the Green River Formation was also frighteningly high. An ordinary cultivator in the high extreme of the Eternal River tier would only be able to inscribe a killing formation after the top 50, and would thus be no match for him. Heavens, senior brother Yen was actually forced into using the Green River Formation. This little junior brother is really too nature-defying. He has forced senior brother Yen to such an extent with a single move. However, it could only get so far. The Green River Formation can be ranked among the top 10 level 15 formations. Once this formation is used, only those few senior brothers in the consummate level will be able to put up a fight. That's indeed the case. Those top 10 killing formations are actually in no way inferior to the lower-ranked killing formations in level 16. Everyone was shaking their head, naturally thinking that Ling Han was definitely going to lose. Meanwhile, Empress Luan Xing and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden were filled with confidence. They knew that Ling Han had inscribed the Blood Crow Formation, and what grade was that formation? It was the number 1 killing formation among level 15 formations, and there was no argument about it either. Shio. The blood feathers hit, yet were unable to penetrate the defenses of the Green River Formation and snapped. This was within everyone's expectations. It would have been strange if they had been able to break through the defense. Even Yanqing revealed a sliver of pride in his expression, and thought that maybe he had been too anxious and made too much of a fuss. No matter what, Ling Han's cultivation level was clearly obvious. But in the next instant his expression changed drastically. The blood crow attacked, and merely with a swipe of its beak, a hole was ripped in the Green River Formation. It flew in directly as if nothing was standing in its way. This? Yanqing quickly circulated his formation, and infused his own origin power, wanting to disperse this blow. But it was as if the blood crow could not be affected by anything. Whatever attack he blasted out immediately turned into ash. With a flap of its wings, it had already shot to right in front of him. Yanqing was immediately sent flying out, and spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew through the air. It was like a blood-colored rainbow, incredibly sad and beautiful. He landed on the ground. A dead silence fell. Everyone was deeply stunned. Had Ling Han gotten extremely excited or taken some kind of drug? He was a little too powerful, wasn't he? Yanqing got to his feet with clenched teeth. His face did not bear any shame of having lost to a junior. Instead, he pointed at Ling Han, his face filled with astonishment. Blood Crow Formation. You have inscribed the Blood Crow Formation. Pooh. Suddenly, a great many people spluttered. The initially dead silence was immediately broken as everyone exclaimed in surprise, their expressions filled with disbelief. Blood Crow Formation? The number 1 of level 15 formations, the Blood Crow Formation? Impossible. I don't believe it either. Even senior brother Ren Feiyun only managed to inscribe the number 7 formation, Fire Phoenix Red Clouds Formation, when he had been in the high extreme of the Eternal River tier. Senior brother Kai Miao inscribed the number 8 formation, the Black Tortoise Golden Sun Formation. Senior brother Qi Tian is extraordinarily talented and has a unique physique, so he inscribed the number 6 formation, the Ice Silkworm Black Destruction Formation. Even the most awesome senior sister Yu only managed to inscribe the number 5 formation, White Tiger 6 Dao Formation. It is said that it is impossible for the top 3 killing formations to be inscribed in one's body, as the body could not possibly support them. Everyone was grabbing their heads, filled with disbelief and not daring to believe either. Junior brother Ling, that the Blood Crow Formation? Yanqing only wanted to confirm that point. Since Ling Han had used this move, even if he didn't say now, it would be deduced by others in future. Thus, Ling Han nodded and replied, "That's right. It really is, the Blood Crow Formation." This was too nature-defying. Someone actually managed to succeed. Hold on. Someone suddenly stared with wide eyes. He is only in the low extreme of the Eternal River tier. Gasp. A small stone gave rise to waves. Previously, everyone was only stunned by the fact that someone managed to inscribe the Blood Crow Formation, and was shaken by this unbelievable fact. But with such a reminder now, they realized something even more frightening. Ling Han was only in the low extreme of the Eternal River tier in the first place, and ordinarily, he should only be able to inscribe a level 13 formation. Damn, do you have to be so incredibly awesome? Everyone's mouth was wide open, their tongues sticking out. Only with this could they somewhat express the astonishment they were presently feeling. Even throwing out 10,000 curses would not be able to appease their wildly throbbing heartbeat. If you really reached the high extreme of the Eternal River tier, wouldn't you be able to inscribe a saint-level formation? However, they had thought too much with that. Firstly, the gap to the saint level was too big. Only if Ling Han had cultivated to the pinnacle level of the Eternal River tier would he be able to boost the strength of his godly bones up to saint level. Secondly, a saint-level formation needed one to have a grasp of corresponding regulations of heaven and earth, and that would need a saint's cultivation level. Even if Ling Han cultivated godly bones equivalent to divine metal, it would still be useless. But precisely because they did not know it, they were even more stunned. Because going by that deduction, when Ling Han advanced into the consummate level of the Eternal River tier, he might be able to kill even saints. Ling Han looked at all the seniors that had turned to stone. He snapped his fingers and prompted, "Wives, let's go." The Empress and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden walked on either side of him. Ling Han was content. This was much more impressive than how he had blasted Yanqing into defeat previously. After they exited the academy, Ling Han drew out the cloud-piercing shuttle. However, this could only accommodate 2 people. Thus, Empress Luanxing entered first into the Black Tower, allowing a chance for Ling Han and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden to have a heart-to-heart chat. This wife was really understanding and incredibly considerate. Ling Han and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden chatted to the extent that their clothes were dispensed with. Though the space inside the cloud-piercing shuttle was not large, and they couldn't really stretch their arms and legs too far, being small had its benefits as well. It provided a different kind of excitement. At the climax of her passion, as she bit onto Ling Han's shoulder, the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden murmured, "I want to birth a child for you." "That would take a few more times," Ling Han said seriously, and began the second and then third round. Since his wife had made a request of him, he naturally had to do his utmost and work hard on sowing his seed. Being lovey-dovey and hands-on with each other, they didn't feel that time had passed too slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The cloud-piercing shuttle stopped, having arrived at the assigned galactic coordinates. This place? Why is there nothing here? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.